Testing, testing. There's Perry. What's up?
Yo.
Hey Thomas, what's up?
Perry, did you
Yo.
do any study? What'd you get into study wise?
Let's see. The most recent thing, I was rewatching a lecture about Adam Smith and his book Wealth of Nations, and then before that, what was I watching before that? I was watching these lectures on some novels written in the 18th century. I think I told you about Goethe, who is an author that wrote a couple of very influential novels.
Mm-hmm.
And these lectures, they all tie into politics, philosophy, science, religion. So that's kind of
The intersection of all of it, yeah.
epistemology. But yeah, I love watching the lectures on the stories just because I love the metaphorical interpretation of these things, and especially how much it's influenced these guys that we talk about. So I find that cool.
Yeah, that is cool as fuck. I thought about, I have a lecture prepared. I was going to go into what did we cover last time? We covered
Criteria of truth. You should
criteria
lecture
and
for
theories
like
of
20 minutes
truth.
or whatever.
What's that?
You should go through your lecture or whatever you had planned, because I don't know, didn't you just say you had something planned?
Yeah, I've got stuff to go through. I'm just going to go through it slow, and we can respond to it as I go through it, Oh my God, Zach is here. Holy Christ, the earth is going to end tomorrow.
I am here.
Yeah.
Well, it means we're gonna have fruitful crops.
Oh, you're
from here
a
to
sign of good fortune.
yes, I'm an omen.
You're an omen of good
I'm
fortune.
Yes, exactly.
Uh,
I'm
Maybe
going
that could be
on.
my superpower.
Bringing omens about.
Mm-hmm.
Putting some
I
omens
show
out
up
there.
and I show up and wherever I am, and when I leave there, I can choose, past the time I leave there, whether something bad or good happens to wherever I came from. I don't know. That doesn't really fit my character.
It don't matter.
Is
Your
it
character's
usually
got mind powers, right? He's got like
I
telepathy
don't
or
Are you
think
something.
talking
so.
about your avatars?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, Thomas is like
And
a
I don't really
mushroom head
want
or
my
something,
powers.
right?
Yes, I am a mushroom head. My
I can't
brain is
see
a mushroom because I have destroyed it with psychedelics.
I figured that's why it was.
Yeah. It's a good one. When I saw it, I was like, perfect. Perfect.
I'm going on
my head
another
is a
one of my
mushroom.
walks again, so if I'm out of breath, don't think it's
Nah, you're good, dude.
because I'm
No,
getting
my
heated.
my my avatar moonlights
Yeah, let me
as
see.
a rap group hype man.
Yeah, with the chain
I'm
and the
serious.
bandana.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. No, I'm serious. I wrote that as my request. As one of my characteristics. So yeah.
to moonlight as a hip hop
Yeah,
DJ.
by day, street philosopher, epistemologist, and by night,
Mm.
laying down the sick rhymes.
You like sci-fi movies or like Marvel or and shit?
I mean, I'm not like super into them, but I like them sort of as like
Like what about just
everybody
like
else does.
sci-fi? What about just like sci-fi in
Oh,
general?
I've never been particularly like seeking it out. I mean, I don't not like it. I'll say that
Gotcha.
much. But
I love
yeah,
sci-fi
yeah.
shit. Like Star Wars, I fucking geek over hard and shit. Marvel.
I mean, I like Star Wars a lot. When I was younger, my dad always had the 3-box set of the first 3 movies. And
Nice.
it's been so long since I've seen them
Yeah.
because I don't think I could appreciate them when I was younger.
I remember when they remastered them in 1997, and I thought that was like the shit. You know what I mean?
They changed the face of Anakin when, at the end of whatever one it was, Darth Vader, he like turns into, I think, right? I'm not sure actually. When was it? Did you say 90 what?
97. Oh shit, G's here. What up, G? Yeah, it was 97 when they redid the Star Wars trilogy. They put like new effects and remastered it or whatever, but they haven't done it since then, I don't think, which would be cool if they did. What happened to G? Did he fall out? Well, it's not letting me click on his name to invite to speak. I don't know why that's not working.
Gee, call back in, brother. Let's get into
man.
it.
We don't have to go straight into my topic. We can talk for a little while. I don't give a shit. My topic will be, since we covered, Perry, we covered correspondence and coherence quite a bit last time, didn't we?
Yeah. And a few other things like ad populum and a couple random ones.
Did I mention minimalism or deflationary theories?
Yeah, those are synonymous words, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
deflationary is a type of minimalist theory.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, so there's substantive and there's minimalism. Substantive would be correspondence, coherence, pragmatist. That's what I thought as I might read from the pragmatist, because I've got all that written down, but I've paraphrased a bunch of it because it makes it easier to understand. So we could just talk about the pragmatic.
Go to that Stanford website.
Yeah, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy is where
Is that your main
Wikipedia
one?
is getting all of its shit from.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
All right.
Yeah, Wikipedia usually, I'd say 90% of the time, both sources are going to have the same shit, the same examples, the same definitions, a lot of the same sources on the internet. And Stanford Encyclopedia is one of the biggest sources that other websites use.
Okay.
So I'm usually on Stanford Encyclopedia.
And I asked Thomas one time why is it Stanford? And I guess one of the responses would be, why wouldn't it be Stanford? I guess the answer,
Stanford is one of the premier philosophy schools in America.
Yeah, exactly. I guess the answer is they just have a fucking rock star philosophy department. So
and they made it free online.
Like I'll ever fucking go there, I don't even know where it is, but
it's in California.
If it's free, then pretty much.
Yeah, it's an Ivy League school. It's bee's knees, like Harvard and Dartmouth and Yale and all those, MIT, all those fun ones that would be Stress City. Here's G again. I forgot to look at my phone. Yay, G. What up? Oh, he just came in. Good. Perry, you're not breathing hard right now, but in the future, if it does start getting that way, just mute yourself. But you're fine right now. I'm just for future's sake. You know what I mean?
Sounds good.
Hi, Thomas.
You're
Should
good
I
right now.
talk like this the whole show?
That's gonna be
it's
interesting.
Troll. It's a troll. There's trolls that are going around with different.
Oh, really? This isn't just.
Oh, damn!
This
Really?
isn't really G.
Like a thick ass penis.
Gotcha.
Nice.
So
Well, it's listeners for us in the queue there. It makes us look like we got more listeners.
Yeah, screw it. As long as more people.
That's so weird they can come in as other people, though. I was excited that G had come back.
Well, all they do is just write G. See, if you looked at the name, it said G with a period. So they just add one character, and then they just take the avatar. Like Dan, like in the last show, Dan's character called in. But if you looked at the name, it said DANDEN. Dan.
Den
Den
den.
Den. Yeah.
Den den.
So,
And then
with epistemology, I mean, I think the one that I've heard most people talk about, and the one that from my relatively little knowledge, that I sort of seem to agree with just on principle and by other people that have cited it, seems to be the what is it, the correlation
the correspondence
theory.
theory of truth. It's
Yeah.
let me read this
Okay.
statistic to you.
Yeah.
Zach. So, according to a survey of professional philosophers and others on their philosophical views, which was carried out in November 2010, taken by 3,226 respondents, including 1,800 philosophy faculty members and/or PhDs, and 829 philosophy graduate students. Now, this is a philosophy pool, so of course there's going to be more contention than there would be, say, in the scientific community, right? So 45% of the respondents accepted or leaned towards correspondence. 21% accept or lean towards the new minimal theories, especially deflationary theory. And then 14% are the other theories and what's called the epistemic theories of truth. So just to remind everybody in the audience, criteria of truth and theories of truth, same thing.
Zach
The exact
left real quick
identical.
for a sec.
Yeah. Yeah, you're good.
If you want to invite Zach back real quick.
Yeah. Well, he probably just. Oh, he got back.
I
There
see.
we go. Yeah.
I could. So correspondence theory seems to be ahead.
Well, 45% is pretty big among philosophers. You know what I mean? Because they fucking argue about everything. So.
Exactly. So, real quick, I guess I'm sure you touched on this with many times. You've done many epistemology episodes, but how would you summarize the main points of that theory, and then maybe we could talk about the second
That which corresponds to reality. So correspondence is that true beliefs and true statements correspond to the actual state of affairs in objective reality. So it takes in a bit of pragmatism and phenomenal conservatism, which basically says things we can trust our senses enough to tell us what things are, and they actually are the things that they appear to us to be in objective reality. Now, we can't get through that. We still have to see it through our senses and observe it and all that, but correspondence is basically the scientific method. You couldn't have it without it. You know what I mean? You couldn't have repeatability, falsifiability, predictability, all that kind of stuff that comes from the scientific process without the correspondence theory of truth.
Right. Yeah. So I think, I think in that aspect, I'm rather familiar with this way of thinking, just maybe not by this name particularly,
Mm-hmm.
But it seems that a lot of people that I respect sort of think this way. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I was thinking, I mean, maybe a catchphrase. One of my favorite YouTubers, Aaron Raw, he's an atheist YouTuber.
He's a evolutionary biologist, I think, right?
He's if he's not an evolutionary biologist, he's heavily involved in zoology, and he has many criteria in that sort of field. He knows a lot about evolution, the systematic classification of life.
Yeah, I've watched some of his videos about those things. It's really cool videos. Everybody should watch them.
Yeah, him and Professor Dave, I would recommend. They really get into scientific nitty gritty detail that we should I'll try to polish up on. But he has a phrase he says all the time. He says, "The truth is what the facts are." The truth is what the evidence shows, right? So I was introducing that as a. I'm sure we could pick that apart a little bit. So, what do you think of that statement? The truth is what the facts are.
I mean, fact. It's the. So a fact is what our phenomenal experience of that objective reality is. We call that a fact, right? But the thing, the object, is not the fact itself. What we understand about the object is the fact. Does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. So you could say the truth is what the facts are, but it's really, when you look at it, it's the, we can have a fact, but based on a larger theory. It's basically your interpretation of said fact that could, you know, play a totally different role.
Hmm. There's there's epistemic relativism where my truth is my truth and your truth is your truth, just like any form of relativism. Uh,
Yeah, I
there's
mean, I think
there's
that's
that
just
to take into
bankrupt.
account.
Yeah, I mean, that
Yeah,
just seems
epistemic
bankrupt by
relativism
face.
seems to be. Yeah, I don't know how anybody could defend that, but it's out there. I have considered it. You know what I mean? But epistemic agnosticism and epistemic relativism will probably be some things that I go over in the last few episodes on epistemology. This is a big series, so it's going to take a while. Also, to callers, I don't know who's trolls and who's not, so I am going to take callers in a little while, but right now I just want to keep it with our speakers because I'm going to go through a little bit of a lecture at some point here in a minute. I really appreciate you calling in, Bill. We will get to you. Like I
Oh,
said,
well,
yeah. What's up, Zach?
I was just gonna say, well, yeah, if you got a lecture or
Well, I was
some
just going
stuff
to
to lay
cover the
out, get
pragmatic
into
theory.
it.
No. We don't have to. I don't usually just spout it off
I'm
anymore like I used to. I kind of just
well,
like having people jump in whenever whenever I get done reading
sure,
something out of my notes, we can talk about it and,
sure. Well, I'm
examine it.
suggesting you start. Right. Well, I'm suggesting you start reading those notes now, and we can talk about them now,
Yeah,
if
okay.
you don't mind.
Yeah,
That's what
what
I'd
are you going to
do
talk about?
personally.
Is it going to be like more on criteria of truth?
Yeah, we can keep going on the criteria. So, there's the substantive theories of truth, which is going to be mere and strict consistency, correspondence, coherence, pragmatic theory of truth, constructivism, which is more of a philosophy of science thing. Um, then, of course, consensus, all the major ones, and then there's minimalist ones, which basically are trying to put truth as something that is trivial, that is just a sentence and not a meaningful proposition that has alethic functionality. So there are different types of some of these I don't even think they're worth mentioning. Deflationary is probably the only minimalist ideology that's a theory of truth or a criteria of truth that I would even mention at all, because there are some people who think it a lot of 21% obviously of 10 years ago, 12 years ago, that people thought that it had merit. But like I said, that's among a group of philosophers. So we don't necessarily have to get into the deflationary. We can just go to the pragmatic, because I didn't cover that last time. I didn't really get into the pragmatic ideology of truth, the pragmatic theory of truth, which is different than ethical pragmatism. The funny thing is, though, is that Charles Sanders Peirce, William James, John Dewey, all the pragmatic philosophers also did ethical, pragmatics, where it's different than the epistemic pragmatic theory of truth.
So, I, I've always been curious. I'm not too familiar with William James, which is the
Mm-hmm.
philosopher who's most associated with pragmatism, and I'm
He
sure it
is.
evolved far from where he originally took it. Just as Freud, has been
Yeah,
taken
he was
much
the first
further.
person to
So,
offer a psychology course in the United States. He was one of the first psychologists, along Jung and all the psychodynamicists, and the also Wilhelm Wundt was also one of the first psychologists in there with the whole pragmatic team.
right. So I guess my question would be, um, what the hell does pragmatism have to do with fact or truth, right? Because what's useful is not necessarily what's
That's right.
true.
That's
It's
right. You pretty much nailed the criticisms of pragmatism right there. That's what somebody like
okay.
Bertrand Russell is going to tell you. That doesn't, you know what I mean? It makes it kind of unimportant, because a pragmatist is a consequentialist. They're a fallibilist and a consequentialist. So they think that that something in its actions, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of thing. That's why
Sure.
people who are pragmatic would fall into the being tricked by a placebo instead of the drug. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. Yeah. I
Because
mean,
because the fucking pragmatic person will be like, well, it fucking works, so it must be the right medication.
right, and in a sense, they're right for it depends
For
on
the
what they
wrong
claim.
reasons.
Yeah, strong reason.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They're right for the wrong reasons, sort of a
Exactly.
thing.
Yeah, so it's
So I
right
mean,
by luck.
right. So it seems like a pragmatist would be in the unfortunate position of arguing, let's say, well, you know, we send stuff into space based on Newton's calculations, right? I
Hmm.
mean, we still use these calculations, right?
Oh yeah.
Yet we know through Einstein
Well,
that
yeah.
you know that essentially Newton got flipped on his head. But
Mm.
so would the
Yeah.
pragmatists argue that Newton is still correct, 100%, or like you know what I mean? Like
Pragmatically, they're correct because it's
Yeah,
useful.
pragmatically they would say if it works, then it's correct. It's true.
But
and I would agree. I would
objectively
agree with
correct,
that.
or
They're
Right.
fallibilists, so I don't know if they would go so far as to say like absolutely objectively correct. But
right?
pragmatism is not worried about anything like idealism or phenomenology or anything like that. It's extremely analytic. But it's also very like ordinary language, natural language kind of theory of truth. It's like the everyman's theory of truth. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, it might be
Uh,
good for a business owner, right?
that could be good in a lot of things. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
trying
I
to look
mean,
for a good example here on Stanford, and I'm reading through it, but it's not fucking giving me one. F it. All right,
oh,
I'm just gonna read this then.
yep.
I mean,
So the three most what's that?
Christianity could be pragmatically correct, right?
Yeah, there's lots of people who follow Christianity for pragmatic reasons. You know,
So
um,
Right.
yeah, but yeah,
yeah. Uh, uh,
So
so I
literally,
could read.
literally false,
but literally
metaphorically
false,
true
right?
deal.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
So the three most influential people in the pragmatic theory of truth were Charles Sanders Peirce, William James, and John Dewey. Um, Obviously, there are wide differences in viewpoints on their pragmatic theory, but one of them, like a couple of them, are more general than the other ones. I'll get into that in a second. But there's this quote by Peirce that I was going to read, but the way that he words it makes it just sound ridiculous, so I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to say the statement stresses Peirce's view that ideas of approximation, incompleteness, and partiality, what he describes elsewhere as fallibilism, are essential to a proper conception of truth. Although Peirce uses words like concordance and correspondence to describe one aspect of the pragmatic semiotics, he is also quite explicit in saying that definitions of truth based on mere correspondence are no more than nominal definitions, which he accords to a lower status than real definitions. This was a problem that Bertrand Russell threw at him by saying shit like real definitions and nominal definitions. They're just words that he made up. You know what I mean? So um, that was one of Russell's counterpoints and criticisms of Peirce's pragmatism. William James, I'll get these three and then we can talk again. William James' version of sorry. William James's version of pragmatic theory, while complex, is often summarized by his statement, "The true is only the expedient in our way of thinking, just as the right is only the expedient in our way of behaving." I don't really know what that means, to be honest. I'm not. Uh, okay, all right. Let me read. It says a few sentences down. By this, James meant that that truth is a quality, the value of which is confirmed by its effectiveness when applying concepts to practice. So it's effective if it can be applied into practice. That's what William James was basically saying with his form of pragmatic theory of truth. Um, John Dewey, he says less broadly than William James, but more broadly than Peirce, held that inquiry, scientific inquiry, sociological, philosophical, whatever, is self-corrective over time if openly submitted for by testing by a community of inquirers in order to clarify or refine and refute proposed truths. So, he, in that sense, he was kind of a correspondence guy, but I mean, he was probably mixing pragmatism with correspondence. All these guys probably were. Everybody seems to have some kind of correspondence as like the main overarching category, and then everybody else throws a bunch of like other criteria or theories of truth underneath that to like set up their own uh, their own custom style. I'm gonna read this last part, Perry, and then I'm gonna ask you your opinion.
Sure.
So this last part is called negative pragmatism. Let me tell you what this is, because some cool people followed it. Though not widely known, a new variation of the pragmatic theory was defined and wielded successfully from the 20th century forward. Defined and named by William Ernst Hawking, this variation is known as negative pragmatism. Essentially, what works may or may not be true, but what fails cannot be true because the truth always works. That's an interesting one. Richard Feynman also ascribed to it. He says, quote, "We never are definitely right, comma, we can only be sure we are wrong." This approach incorporates many of the ideas from Peirce and James and Dewey. Pragmatism and negative pragmatism are also, closely aligned with the coherence theory of truth in some ways, because they are using the web of truths that they consider to work. However, it doesn't just work for you, it works for everybody. That's the whole point of pragmatism, is it's mixing more science in, whereas coherence theory is that whole arbitrary a priori web of beliefs and true beliefs, that you're pulling other things in that you think fit with what you already have. Coherence theory of truth is tailor-made for idealism. But Perry, what did you think about that negative pragmatism?
Yeah, that was great. I
Mm-hmm.
love Richard Feynman.
Mm-hmm.
So what you said was that coherence is kind of attached to pragmatism, and I was thinking earlier, isn't correspondence also kind of attached
That's
to
why those
coherence?
three are interchanged a lot. The correspondence, coherence, and pragmatic.
Because you got to start
All
with coherence and then go to
Yeah, but
either
see, a lot
pragmatic
of
or
people don't
correspondence.
hold to coherence. It's not popular at all.
Right.
That's the weird thing.
But why
Because we don't
can't
have
it
too
be
many
both?
idealists.
Why
What's
can't it
that?
be both? Why can't it be both at the same time?
I don't know. I mean, it can be, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. That
Maybe
was
to
my first
like some
thought.
kind of
Both.
academic scholar or something might hold you.
But it honestly seems like it works in like the backward way, you know. So you have like the correspondence, but then the coherence does come on top of that a little bit. It seems right. So you
So you
have
think it comes after the correspondence?
yeah, it comes after, right? So like
Interesting.
you would have like this certain layer of true scientific knowledge, true truth, right?
Interesting.
But
Okay.
then
Right.
once that's there, and it is there, then we have our own ways of thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's that coherence aspect,
You have to see it
sort of layered
first, so
on
it's
top of it.
correspondence first and then coherence.
Yeah, that's the thing with coherence. Is it's like coherence, to start off, you would have to cut off all your senses and just a priori rationalize all your true
Right.
beliefs, and
Yeah.
then go out into the
Yeah.
world and use correspondence to add to
Exactly.
your fucking web of beliefs. And in doing that, it's relative. You won't have the same set of web that anybody else did because you started from different points.
And
You know what I'm saying?
that makes me think of Helen Keller, who
Yeah. Oh,
didn't
yes.
see her here, but I'd argue with myself saying, oh, well, you know, she felt the hand, and that's
Yeah, that was her
empirical,
correspondence, remember?
that's her perspective. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's correspondence, and then that's when. But what was her coherence like beforehand? It's still regardless.
Well, I mean, she
like,
obviously had a mind to rationalize. I don't know how, if she couldn't communicate, we don't know how.
But she was still touching, right?
Yeah, she was touching and she could smell, obviously.
So that's
But I don't
correspondence.
think she could speak. Or could
Yeah,
she?
I've never read it, but I'm pretty sure she wrote like of or what that was like.
Yeah.
So if you want to know, you can go and like I think
Okay.
she
Okay.
sort of lays it out. Yeah.
Well, being
pretty
trapped in
wild.
her head, I'm sure she had some deep thoughts. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
For real.
she would have probably had to start with coherence. You know what I mean? Like, because she didn't know what the world was besides starting off with her own,
Yeah.
Well, no, she started off with correspondence by touching stuff
touching
and like
and smelling,
smelling
yeah.
stuff. Yeah. tasting stuff or whatever. I think she probably, when she was a kid, probably didn't I read she bit stuff a lot, or maybe that's something.
When
I don't remember. Anyway,
I don't think she was born that way, right? I thought something happened to her. Hold
let
on,
me look this up.
That'd
Look it up,
be-
Scott, because I don't want to get off my.
I don't think so, Scott,
page.
because I think that was why it was so miraculous that her helper, got her to teach her, right?
No,
Otherwise,
yeah,
it's
a normal infant. She was stricken with illness at 19 months, so she was 19 months
so
old.
she okay.
Right?
Interesting.
I wonder if she didn't have that 19 months, if it would have been possible.
Yeah, what the
Maybe
difference?
Yeah,
some...
the difference that would have been there? Yeah, exactly.
Because you can't see it you can't like talk to the baby and see how smart they are, but like there's a lot of input that's going on at that young age. I just wanted to take a chance to read a few comments, Thomas, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
Dashio down in the comments said Feynman had a very relative point to this conversation, ! With regards to the reality of truth. Honenheim says we are finite beings, therefore it's to our benefit to address the truths that benefit our existence first, or we will not be here to find the rest.
That's right. Truth does help us survive.
Yeah, for sure. The main reason I find the history of philosophy a waste of time, unless there's something that helps you pragmatically. Dasho writes, talking about Helen Keller, she wrote and could speak to one person who learned her language. I don't know. That seems like something true.
Her teacher
but that's very
somebody?
I forget.
She had to be a hell of a teacher and communicator.
Wah.
I think I know we brought Helen Keller up last episode. I think we talked a little bit about that. We just never looked anything up because we're lazy.
It's water, Kellen. Water. Wah.
They introduced her to water by just like dumping a bucket on her head. Just give her the ice bucket challenge.
Fucking waterboarding her.
That's terrible.
Waterboard.
So
what's wrong with waterboarding a blind, dumb, deaf girl? I don't see anything wrong with that.
I see no ethical dilemmas whatsoever.
Well, they can't report you.
It's for science.
That's very pragmatic of the torturers.
No, I'm sorry, Jesus.
We're all going to hell.
Josh is in here with us. Don't hurt us, Josh.
I didn't hear anything.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. I mean, so that's what's up, Zach.
Real quick, one more comment that caught my
eye.
Sure. Peter Bach said, "I don't think that's an apparent priority for most people." I'm not sure what exactly you were referring to, Peter, but if you could type in what you were referring to, I'd like to know personally.
Peter knows he can come up and speak if he wants to.
Yes, sir.
I am going to start taking callers here in a little bit because I want to hear from people, but I'm still just trying to cover some of this stuff with Perry and Zach and Scott and Josh. Perry, do you want me to cover the deflationary stuff, or do you just... I don't even know if it's important.
I trust your judgment, and I would rather...
Well, remember how I said that, like, the is truth predicates, the is true on the end of sentences doesn't mean anything? Remember that?
Right. They're just words. They're just blah, 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 blah. They're just noises.
Right, exactly. Just utterances and phonemes and shit.
Which is why I think that semiotics is a cool little mechanism to use.
Yeah, it's one of the main linguistic order of operations.
Mm-hmm.
Semiotics is extremely important in using linguistics to fit to symbols, like a stop sign, understanding that, red and octangle.
Is all truth just pragmatic?
I mean, it's both correspondent and pragmatic, because correspondence is going to go based on observation, and the pragmatist is going to say, well, what's true about it after we've already done it? Does it work? Does the scientific model that we just made, does it work, and does it help us in any way?
I just made an argument. I just figured an argument against myself because, actually, maybe not. I was going to say something like,
go ahead.
Knowing that, yeah. I was going to say, like, knowing about quarks, like, why is that useful? Well, that's clearly useful for the advancement of technology, but I'm trying to think of a useful truth that, I don't know.
It's
These
sort of
things
like,
are difficult.
Yeah, I sort of think about it like this, Barry. Like, so you have reality, which is you have the things that actually exist. You know, that's true on one level. But then you have, like, you ever heard of the saying, "There's more than one way to skin a cat." So you can do something 100 different ways. But then that's where people start coming and saying, "Oh, the truth is doing it this way or doing it this way." To me, that's the coherence. Right? I mean, to me, that seems like
that's very similar.
Yeah, that's the pragmatism. Like, I could make a Rube Goldberg machine. Do I need to? But can I do this thing?
Zach, are you beating on your phone, bro?
Someone's skinning a cat or something.
Sorry.
Yeah, somebody was skinning a cat.
Sorry,
Zach.
I thought I was muted.
So
I have a boxing thing in my room.
Monism?
What's
is it
that,
like
Barry?
Neutral monism would be the truth?
Neutral monism is an ontology that says the substance of reality is neither physical nor mental. It is a third substance.
Which Don, where I heard it from last time, called it the unknown. And so, I mean,
that substance would be the non-dualistic, some kind of substance that's unknown to us.
Would it still be atoms?
Well, I mean, technically, space may be made of space atoms that we can't see. Dark matter may be made of matter that we can't see. Dark energy may be made of matter that we can't see, right? So
it's a word that we haven't created for it.
Well, what is it like? Like an atom? It's 99.99% empty space.
That's correct. Most everything is made up of empty space, but the shit that we can measure and that we can, like, the mass of the examinable universe, most of it adds up to be dark matter. So you just have dark matter all in you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, it's 67% dark energy, 27% dark matter, and then 5% the stuff, quote unquote, we can see.
Yep. And don't even want to get into talking about, like, micro singularities and shit.
I mean, just based on that, like I sort of hate to be that guy because I sort of like to pretend that we understand reality, but, like, if there's 90 to 95% of reality that we fundamentally don't really understand that much about, like, who's to say we know shit? But then again,
all those particles are invisible to us right now, so we don't know shit about them. You know.
But then again, on the other end of the spectrum, like when people say, well, reality could just be an illusion. All this could be fooling your senses, type of a thing. And I would say that's right. And I would say that's totally possible, but it's still true of the hallucination that there it seems to be a correspondence. So even if this is a total simulation or not what it seems to be, the scientific rules we have seem to still be.
You got to play in the rules of the Matrix, man. We can't fucking
Well,
but, like, what's the difference, though?
Those rules do apply, right, Zach? So, like, we knew about ultraviolet light before we could ever develop a tool that could see ultraviolet light, right? But we knew it was there. So we knew it was there by the matter of deduction.
Did you say deduction or induction?
Deduction.
I would say induction because that's how we start with the scientific method and observation. So we had to observe that light and that spectrum because of, like, Maxwell's equations. You ever heard of those that basically painted out how to mathematically calculate electromagnetism?
Yep.
From there, we got to the color spectrum in some way. I just don't remember how that works. So.
I guess induction, but, like, I guess
I'm sorry, I'm being pedantic. The deductive part would be if it was, like, mathematical, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess I also think of, like, the deductive part is, like, so when the electromagnetic field was first discovered, a guy was running electricity through a copper wire, right? And he noticed he had all these iron shavings on the desk. That was the thing he observed, but then he deduced from that, like, okay, here's
Mm-hmm.
what's actually going on. So like, I guess that's where I see the deductive reasoning is like,
Yeah.
we notice a phenomena, and then we try to make a model or understand that.
What that's called is abductive reasoning, and that's what we're using between.
Okay.
I know I suck, dude. I suck ass.
No, you do. Yeah, that's
Yes,
awesome.
Scott. Fucking abductive reasoning, bro.
The deductive part is like valid syllogism. The premises naturally follow to the conclusion. So like it's mathematics or it's formal systems of logic, and that's probably not how we're, you know what I mean? Like that's inductive and abductive is what we're doing when we make an observation, a hypothesis, come up with a test, then we get the falsification, then we get the independent verification, then we, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a whole. Now the deduction part to me comes in when other people are using other models to try to falsify your model. There's probably some deduction involved in that because they're using mathematics and shit to try to prove you wrong.
Yeah, and when this is sort of the way that my mind works, I'm thinking of like deductive reasoning as like what Sherlock Holmes did, right?
Abductive is what that
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, abductive is making the best guess with all the possible evidence that you can gather.
Yeah. Yeah, but like colloquially, people do say like he deduced as in sort of. Yeah,
I suck.
No. I see what you're saying. Like,
so you always have to induce.
I just think it's funny because in normal, like if you watch a
parlance.
TV show, normal parlance, they always say deductive. You know, like why is he able like the detectives deduce what happened based off the
I tried to ask one of my philosophy friends one time. He made an abductive case about walking into a room, seeing a bowl of milk spilled over and the cat with milk on its paws over in the corner. Abductively, we can figure that out pretty easily.
Yeah.
But deductively, he was like, you would have to start by saying, all cats like milk. Milk isn't on the floor. You would have to make a syllogism. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You would have to go through it to where you would have to make sure each premise was true, and it wouldn't be something that you were observing. You could have done it before even walking through the door if it was deduction.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a priori. It's not a posteriori.
Yeah.
Are you saying like deduction's a tautology, or?
Well, I mean, in the classical logic, deductions are tautologies. I mean, the foundation of logic is 3 tautologies.
So you always have to induce to begin with if you want to use.
Yes, if you're doing science.
Words. Got it.
Induction is the beginning of all science. That's why Travis always says that it's our sentiments. You heard him say that a lot?
Yeah. When he was talking to Josh the other time.
Because we induce through our psychological attitudes, right? One scientist is not going to induct like the other person is going to use their inductive inferences the same way. But that's why the scientific method is so important, because it can change and self-correct, because it has that whole other part where other people are trying to replicate what you did. You know what I mean? Like if it was just the observation, hypothesis, and test, then you're done. You could just accept whatever you wanted to be was the truth.
Isn't that weird? To be a successful scientist, you have to like prove your fellow scientists wrong. Like, I don't know,
you have to make it something that could be proven wrong. Yeah,
right.
Because if not, it's just like
unfalsifiable.
It's just like, do ghosts exist? I mean, we can't prove that ghosts don't exist.
Right.
So it's unfalsifiable. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we don't really have to cover. We've pretty much covered truth pretty damn deeply. I could go over some more criticisms of pragmatism.
I mean, is there any way that you can involve your desire to talk about deflationary and minimalist to what we've been talking about at all, or?
I mean, I don't know if I could think of any
examples.
Yeah. I can read what I have in my notes about deflationary from Stanford, where I've just kind of paraphrased stuff.
And
just
deflationary, was that the 21% of philosophy people?
Correct.
Okay. Well,
2010.
That's pretty important.
It is important, yeah. It's just trivial. It trivializes truth. You know, it just says that truth predicates don't mean shit. So
are you saying that ad populum is important?
Ad populum is not important, but ad consensus is.
Right,
because
consensus
to a scientific body of knowledge, that is willing to change, I can't see that as being fallacious.
Gotcha.
Somebody could argue and say, well, you're just appealing to science. It's just an appeal to consensus.
I mean, you can always say it's just your bias.
Yeah, exactly. Not deflationary. I can read that real quick. Just the first part. Modern developments in the field of philosophy have resulted in the rise of a new thesis that the term quote-unquote truth does not denote a real property of sentences or their propositions. Sentences are just the declarative statement with the semiotics and the phonemes and the morphemes and all that, and the proposition is the semantics of that sentence, the meaning of that sentence. So this thesis is in part a response to the common use of truth predicates. Da 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 is true. Da 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 is false, which was particularly prevalent in philosophical discourse on truth in the first half of the 20th century. So, from this point of view, to assert that 2 + 2 = 4 is true is logically equivalent to asserting that 2 + 2 = 4, and then later uttering the phrase "is true." Those are completely dispensable in this and every other context, based on deflationary theories. So in common parlance, that's weird, truth predicates are not commonly heard, and it would be interpreted as unusual occurrence were someone to utilize a truth predicate in an everyday conversation when asserting that something is true. I wouldn't say to you 2 + 2 = 4 is true. I would just say 2 + 4 = 4. So what they're talking about is just making truth an unnecessary. I don't know how it explains it away. That's one of my big problems in understanding this. Let's see. Okay. Whatever term is used, deflationary theories can be said to hold in common that, quote, the predicate true is an expressive convenience, not the name of a property requiring deep analysis, end quote. What do you think about that, Barry? Or Zach?
It almost sounds like they're just trying to be intellectually honest and not give people the idea that it's absolutely true objectively in an epistemological sense. I mean, I can't see any other difference from the pragmatics that we've been talking about.
Yeah, pragmatics is a fallibilist ideology too,
right?
So.
Because that's the whole point, that they say it's true, and they don't want to say that.
This seems to be more of a linguistics language problem than like
exactly.
Than like a theory of truth. That's what I'm getting from this. Is like it's some kind of semantic paradox or something.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of getting. Like they're sort of like picking apart the semantics of the word truth and stuff like that. And it's like you know, it's a concept. You know, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a point. I mean, what comes to mind? I don't know if this is even remotely helpful on topic, but you know, some of the postmodernists, especially like Michel Foucault. I mean, we all know knowledge is power, like literally in a certain sense, right? That's the saying, and I think it's true to some extent. Dare I use that word? And but he had a term called a knowledge power. So his assertion was that basically, you know, universities, the sciences, you know, these big institutions that give off these narratives that might claim something's true, claim to not have any political interests or other interests besides just getting to the truth. And he says this is actually a smokescreen. And when someone is proclaiming something as true, they're essentially taking advantage of a power grab, and they're I don't know how I really haven't read it in detail. This is a rough summary. I don't know how far he went with it. If he claimed there's no truth, I seriously doubt that. I think Foucault is a somewhat rigorous intellectual, But I don't know. I think there's a point there a little bit, but maybe I mean the postmodernists, they deal with a lot of literary criticisms and semantics
They
and
do. They're
stuff
very
like that.
continental
So that's
philosophy.
Yeah.
Very continental
yeah, for sure.
philosophy, whereas we are deep in the realms of analytic philosophy.
Right, exactly. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's
No, you're right. I mean,
but
you're right, though. I mean, in terms of what you mentioned, yeah.
and there's a saying from Brett Weinstein, who I think on is it Erica Brett? No, it's Brett. And I think on many things he's sort of gone off the deep end and sort of gotten caught up in audience capture and can be conspiratorial at times. But he had one phrase that I liked, and I adopt it. All true narratives must align, right? So if the historical people discover, historicists discover something, physicists discover something, mathematicians discover something, at some point, if they're correct, they should all interlock in
I
a
mean,
symphony
yeah,
of
I mean, we should all agree that we're
correctness, right?
experiencing this, even if it is the Matrix, we're experiencing this together, and we can look and see the same grass in the same field. You know what I mean? That's assuming,
Right.
yeah. So, and that's what I assume, is that we're all sharing an objective reality that we perceive through subjective phenomenology. Um,
Yeah.
but
And
if we don't all agree to some system like science or something, it would just be chaos. Um,
right.
what I was going to read one more thing, and then we can start taking callers, and y'all can start going on your own tangents if you want to.
They've been waiting quite
There,
patiently, I will say. Thank you,
oh,
guys.
yeah, they have, and I really appreciate that. I do this every time. I do this all the time to my callers because I like the first 30 minutes to an hour of the show to be talking about this kind of stuff and getting real deep into the subject and chewing on the meat. And then we go off on tangents and start talking about other things and stuff like that, so we can have some fun. But I just wanted to read a couple of more things, and I wanted to get y'all's opinion on it. So there is also what's called the logical criteria of truth, which is the main overall criteria of truth, right? So this actually kind of goes with what I was saying a second ago. A logical truth, also called an analytic truth or a necessary truth. Analytic is linguistic, necessary is metaphysical. So I'll read that again. A logical truth, also called an analytic truth or a necessary truth, is a statement or a proposition which is true in all possible worlds or under all possible interpretations, as contrasted to a fact, also called a synthetic claim or a contingency. Synthetic just means so an analytic statement would be all bachelors are unmarried, and a synthetic claim would be all bachelors are unhappy. Okay, so uh, a fact, excuse me, let me read this sentence again so we really get the meat of this. A logical truth, which is also called an analytic truth or a necessary truth, is a statement which is true in all possible worlds or under all possible interpretations, contrasted with a fact, also called a synthetic claim or a contingency, which is only true in this world and as it has historically unfolded. A proposition such as if P and Q, then P, which is half of modus ponens, is considered to be a logical truth because of the meaning of the semiotics in it and not because of any fact about the sensory world. So logical truths are such that they could not be untrue. That's deductive. But here's the thing I'm going to get into real quick is, the kind of like there we got into the idea of like psychology and belief, how we said there were degrees of belief, that might be one way of looking at belief. There are also, in terms of what we're talking about in the logical theory of truth, there are degrees of truth, which is used in what's called fuzzy logic. So degrees of truth in logic, may be represented using two or more discrete values, which is binary logic. You can also have three-valued logic, and you can have other in-valued or finite-valued logic, okay? We kind of covered those in our earlier episodes. Truth in logic can be represented using numbers comprising a continuous range, typically between 0 and 1. So with fuzzy logic, it's an infinite valued logic. There are an infinite amount of numbers between 0 and 1, so you can have degrees of truth with that type of fuzzy logic. And that's the way that a lot of fuzzy and paraconsistent logic is done. So in general, the concept of like representing truth using more than two values is known as many valued logic. But the fuzzy logic is infinite valued. That's anywhere between 0 and 1. So you could say 0 and 100 if you wanted to. I'm 75%, I have a 75% degree of true belief on this subject or something like that. I don't know how it would 100% fit into everything because it seems relativistic in a way, but it is something to be considered, and it is part of the formal theory of the logical criteria of truth. So we've basically covered every type of criteria of truth that's even going to matter, and I'm pretty sure everybody here is going to follow correspondence. I just wanted everybody to know how deep truth went and how many, and I didn't even go over some of the terms that I would have if I were trying to like give a real lecture on this stuff, because it would take, like truth bearers and truth makers and all these different terms. We could also go through the history of philosophy, and we could go and talk about what each individual philosopher thought their versions of truth were. Heidegger, everything from Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, all the way to Nietzsche, to Heidegger, to modern people like Hillary Putnam and stuff. But I don't think we need to get into too much of that. So I've been doing this for about an hour now. I don't have too much else to say. I think we lost Zach. That kind of sucks. I was kind of hoping to hear from him a little bit because I hadn't seen him in a while. I miss him, my boy. But Perry, you got anything to say before we start slinging some people in here?
No, I think that was pretty good. Yeah, Zach left, but he mentioned kind of how things intertwine. He said that word, and it made me think of I don't know if it was Michel Foucault,
Mm-hmm.
or if it was, you know who Vico is? I think it's John Battista Vico, or John Sebastian Vico or something. But he said that. So, for example,
okay, go ahead. I was going to say, give me an example.
Yeah, for example, and this isn't true, but I'm just looking at something to make it easy. All flower pots are ceramic, and only flower pots are ceramic, right? So that's how he would deal with a lot of this postmodern issue of, semantics and language.
That also has to do with metaphysical necessity and contingency. Or, excuse me, necessity and sufficiency. So, like, something might be a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition. That's why a lot of people, when they're talking about properties of propositions, they have to have, like, something needs to be necessary and sufficient to fulfill that truth role. That was another thing that I didn't get into because it kind of goes deep into metaphysics, and I didn't want to confuse thinking about correspondence.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was just trying to think of... because that seemed useful. I forget what actual syllogism he used, but it just seems like this is that, and only these can be that. Seems to, kind of hedge the issue with this semantics game.
Okay.
But that's pretty much all I was thinking about.
I'm with you. This might be my last lecture on truth. I'll see what else I can cover. Probably not that much. We're probably going to go back to epistemology, and we'll start on knowledge at some point. But thank you guys for listening to me. I'm going to take the first caller. I think that's, or Jay. Excuse me, Jay. Jay, what's up?
Yo.
Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, no problem, man. I mean, yeah, for sure. You kind of wrapped it up though. I really don't know what to say now.
I mean, you can talk about whatever now. We're in the tangential world. We can talk about whatever the hell you want to.
Damn. Well, I came in for the truth part, honestly.
Okay.
Not to sulk on that.
No, you're good. You can keep going with whatever you want to.
Sure, yeah. Well, I think, I don't know, what comes to mind right now is there was a point where you guys were talking about the pragmatism about truth, and the importance of pragmatism in truth. And I actually, I don't know if I got like a final point on that for you, for any of you guys. Actually, it kind of like seemed a bit nebulous there. Do you think that truth has to be pragmatic?
No. I
No.
think that I mostly use correspondence, but of course sometimes it's quicker to be pragmatic. Like I was saying earlier, in the case of a placebo effect, a doctor might give a patient a placebo drug, and then they go home and they start feeling better, and they're like, well, shit, this works, he must have given me the right drug. But it's not a drug, he was just fooled in thinking that it was, right? So that's what a pragmatist would say, but a correspondent person would go, all right, let's get deeper, let's look at the biology, let's look at what this drug does and what this drug does, and a placebo is not going to do this kind of thing where it should in this instance.
Right. Instead of an actual genuine understanding of what's going on, they're going with, well, okay, this is my, as soon as you said that, or you were mentioning that, I think you guys were mentioning something about that before, or that example, I think. I was thinking of this, are you familiar with like the beginning experiments that founded like quantum mechanics?
Like, you talking about Planck and all those guys? The early guys? Yeah.
Yeah, like the double slit experiment, Stern-Gerlach experiment.
Yeah, Schrodinger, all those guys. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like once this quantum phenomena began, and I get this point from Feynman, right? I was looking for the book, I couldn't find the book. I don't know. At some point, he has this idea where where he mentions that people, or layman people, have this understanding of science, which is that there's an understanding of mechanism. There's a picturing in our head where we can see how the gears are connecting, and somehow we see how this causes that and that causes this. And the scientific method is based on reproducibility and being able to be certain that this is what's doing this, right? And not thinking that other things are somehow hiddenly causing it. Being able to know what it is. And he mentioned that in the beginning of quantum mechanics, we completely gave that up, and we stopped understanding things by their functionality, but rather now by their probability, right? We don't know.
That's because we can only measure the quantum by mathematics. We don't have a way to directly observe the quantum. You know what I mean?
But the quantum is depends what you mean by observe, right? I mean, if you
I mean
observe,
like with your senses. You know what I mean? Because we're made of the quantum, is all I'm saying.
Right. Well, there's quantum effects everywhere. Everything is a quantum effect if you think about it, you know?
Yes.
And a lot of people have this narrative of like, well, it's so hard to see the reality of these small nuances in like everyday life, but in the reality, it's not, top built, it's bottom built,
It's not unimportant. It is bottom built. We are constructed of the quantum. I think it's extraordinarily important.
And I think that's the quantum is pragmatic, or at least what we know of it, right? How we are able to perceive the quantum as living beings is only pragmatic, right? There's no way that we can understand the mechanism of how it is that an electron, what it is, where it is, what it's doing around the nucleus. We just can give you a probability of the likelihood of energy,
field of probability,
this place or that place, It's a wave function.
We have, like, you have a touchscreen phone. That works off quantum tunneling, right?
It does, for sure. No, I mean, I could list you like a list of quantum effects, like when you look at your straw through.
We have
for sure. The sun functions off quantum tunneling,
I think when we calculate these probabilities from quantum mechanics, that they are, because it's extremely, when we use the math, we can get very close with these probabilities. And I think we have to be pragmatic about what that does for us, like the touch screen and nuclear power and all that kind of stuff, right?
Not to cut you off, but Marcus was also, I think, waiting for a while.
Sure.
Do you mind,
Jay, I'll bring you up to I'll bring you up to speak, Jay, because we don't have a lot of speakers, so you can come up here.
Perfect.
Yeah, no problem at all. That was really nice. Let's get Marcus in here.
No, I mean, it was also a little selfish. There's some questions I had for him, honestly.
That's good.
Yo.
Hey, thank you. Can you guys hear me? And do I
sound
okay? All right. Let me
How's it going? I feel like
Jay,
Marcus was mentioning this idea of science, which was I don't know. I think I've heard Dan talk a lot about it, and I have some closer friends that have this idea of science, which is I don't know how to um how to summarize it. It's this it's like culturally these groups of people have been given the stage and been given the privilege, quote unquote, or the power over others to be able to say what facts are. They've been given the equipment, the resources from funded by government taxes, you know. They've been given the opportunities that many were not, and had others been given these opportunities, science would be a different thing. And I think, Marcus, that's not true. I think had those different people been given the same opportunities, or fuck it, maybe even different opportunities, I think they would have slowly found the same facts. I think the ratio of the radius to the circumference is 3.1415 no matter what, you know, like you can be black, white, Asian, you could speak or not speak.
Jay, we're having problems with your microphone, brother.
Oh, my problem.
That's all right. Just repeat
I heard him.
your last sentence.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, maybe.
Okay, cool.
Well, at least his first premise, I heard.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I don't know
I
if you have
ranting
more
on
to
it,
say, but yeah.
But I mean, what's your take on that, Marcus?
Well, I don't hear him now, but to quickly answer, that's not my position whatsoever. Me and Dan are actually quite in disagreement over this very fact. I think if you were to replace that statement with take rather than be granted, and if you were to instead less observe it like an unnatural phenomenon and more like a natural phenomenon, like you would observe, I don't know, like a zoologist would observe a predator in the wild, subjugated and subject to a natural hierarchy, where things have to be taken, right? Just like we have to take food in order to live or take water in order to live. It's not necessarily a perversion of human beings in a natural state to take a life, an animal life, to live ourselves. It's culture very much, and science as an extension of culture very much is the same thing. I would even argue that a large portion of it is really like coincidence in a way, or faith, as you will. But like, there's very few, how would you say, key elements in when a high culture dies and the whole world goes to shit. The rise of a new culture, when this happens, often are very minuscule things. I remind you that Western Europe, at its sort of rise in the 13th, 14th century, was by no means superior at anything compared to the rest of the world. And it was completely, the power structure of Europe at the time was completely disorganized compared to the great Asian empires or that of the African
ones. Or like Egypt.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Egypt is a good mention because Egypt, I was going to mention as well with this sort
3,100 years. Good Lord.
Right?
33. It's fucking ridiculous. We've only been around for like 250 in the United States, dude. It's crazy to think about. Crazy.
And where I was sort of trying to approach all the claims you made, Thomas, is, and please apologize if I'm missing out on information here because I see it's episode 10, right? So I've just came in now.
Yes, okay.
But it seems to me that a lot of this rests on the preset position that science itself is progressive throughout history, that science itself stays consistent and objective, meaning that the science we interpret today with the Aristotelian and Copernican methodology existed in Egypt before Aristotle or Copernican or Newton or any of these people. Do you, what's your answer to that? Would you say that's your stance, or
what do you mean? Is that ancient civilizations before, like, you know, the Renaissance, that was the Greek Enlightenment or whatever you want to call it back then, is that what, I guess maybe rephrase your question?
Like, was it natural or was it political? Seems to be the difference between Marcus and Jay.
No, not at all. That's I think it's all natural. I think it's all natural to give my, just like life and death are natural, and just like death is the only thing that fulfills life, completely natural.
If I may say real quick, in my opinion, any scientist who is going around saying that scientific theoretical models are truth and they can't change is full of shit.
That's not science.
So, Yeah, that's not science.
Right. I think what science is then, what truth, first of all, let me give you this premise. Absolute truth is absolutely unattainable by me, by you, by everyone else. So that sort of goes the whole like absolute knowing throughout science.
Mm-hmm.
What I see science to be specifically for our culture is a culture's techne of making sense of the outside world. Now, do note that these are like giant metaphysical differences within cultures, just like currency would be, right? Like tabloons would be to tokens today, would be to a currency, would be to Egyptian currency, would be to Greek currency. These are currencies, these are means of exchange. But if you were to explain to a Roman person that this coin is very special in like 200 BC, he would just look at you like you're funny. He'd get a scale out and weigh it against something and say, well, what do you mean this is special? There's no centralized minting of any currency.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I feel about science too. That
I see.
there is.
I mean, I don't trust anything in science. Absolutely, you know what I mean? Because
hold on. What do you mean
we didn't?
Yeah.
What's up?
No,
go ahead,
sorry,
Jay. No, you're.
No,
good,
yeah. I was wondering. What do you? Can you clarify just which side of that you meant? Like, you think that science is like the gold standard in the sense of it should have its own, like it should be recognized as by its own weight, and there's no fiat science, so to say.
No. Like, note how today, like many historians as well as philosophers are still arguing, like, what's the start of capitalism, really? And a lot of people will say two-entry bookkeeping, right, in the medieval Europe. Other people will argue other currency types. I feel the same way with science. And I would argue, well, the only thing that I sort of would concede is that the Aristotelian methodology of science is the only thing which is consistently being preserved and adopted within our culture, which seems like a giant thing to us now. In retrospect, we look back at Aristotle and be like, that guy's ancient and stuff. But I'll remind you of like the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita and the Book of Death are like twice as far away from Aristotle as we are from him.
Or the Mahabharata. I mean, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
And all these other
I've
great
studied
cultures.
a lot of the Dharmic traditions. I think they're.
Yeah.
I think the Dharmic traditions are very important to understand. Go ahead, Scott.
I was going to say, why are you referring to science as like a cultural thing now, right? So to me, science is like the understanding of like a pulley. A pulley and a lever is a pulley and a lever, no matter where the fuck you are, right? Like this is a basic understanding.
Well, this is that's where I'm trying to touch bases with him, right? Because he's right in the sense that a pulley and a lever could only be made in a society that has the tools and the necessity for pulleys and levers. You know, there might be places where pulleys and levers are not as useful as other places, and it's really only the top 1 percentile of most useful things that are invented. And so there's a reality to what we see as what science is today. You know, we see as what was most useful to people to make, and that's dependent on culture. And so it definitely has a strong connection to culture, you know. But I agree with you, Scott. Like, there's this reality of, well, at the end of the day, once we find everything, which I think is a dream, right? We never will. We would all come to the same conclusion, right? Because that is what science is. Science is this absolute. It's this thing that is there aside. Right? You know, it's this thing aside. Once I'm gone, it's still there. You know?
No, it's
not at all.
Science is just a method of understanding of trying to understand what's there.
Sure,
right?
Yeah. I guess what is given from science or the result of science.
Yeah, like chemicals. Like I know if I take this certain amount of chemicals right now and I mix it with this other amount of chemicals, what kind of reaction I'm going to have. Now that's going to be true no matter if it's today, tomorrow, the next day. You know, there could be a reality where something happens and it's not true any longer. But the best information that we have is that this is something that just is true. If I mix these things, I get this thing, right?
That thing in 100 years. 1 second. I'm sorry. That thing in 100 years maybe look back at as silly, but it'll still work in the same way even in 100 years. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like our understanding of chemistry in 100 years from now, we'll probably look back and say, "Wow, that's hilarious." that they thought that these reactions were actually caused this way, but
well,
they
Scott
were
could
caused
be
this
right,
way.
and it could change.
I
The
don't know about
mechanics,
that. I
the
actually do
mechanics
not
of it could
know about
change
that.
at some point.
I would completely
I'm
disagree
sorry,
with
hang
all
on
of
just
you.
a second. Let's get one at a time here. Perry, say that one more time, and then let's get.
Well, Scott brought up the kind of romantic hypothesis that in 100 years, like, you know, the concoction of whatever chemicals may be different and it may react differently. Is that not something that you were saying, Scott?
No, I was saying it like it's saying in 100 years, if you take baking soda and peroxide and mix it together to make a volcano, that volcano is going to work in 100 years the same way it's going to work today.
Okay. I thought you were saying some hypothesis where it's like changing.
That to me just seems like a post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy, specifically in the context which we're speaking of. And as for Jay,
are you talking about after this, therefore, because of that?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
And Jay, your mention is a way harder one for me to sort of argue against, because I partially agree. It's the Platonist idealism, which is that these forms, these metaphysical forms, which we can see reoccurring within sciences of different cultures, for example, a triangle or a circle, or the formulas which are noted by the great Han Chinese Empire or by Egypt or by the Greeks, all come to the same conclusion. This you'd be right, although you'd just be talking about the phenomena, not about the object. The object is what Plato would argue would be found in a realm where these perfect forms do exist. And I'm obviously going to argue, well, prove it. Show me this realm. Now, there is really no
know
way
if I would
to
subscribe to ontological pluralism like Plato.
Yeah, well, so I'm completely open to it, because I think that, I think all of this, and sort of to come back on the whole psychology thing as well, I'm a fictionalist. So I think science is pure fiction, as much as culture is and anything else. And the reason why a culture goes with certain scientific maxims, as you will.
Fiction? What do you mean fiction? Like it's not real?
No, it's definitely real. It's 100%. It's as real as it gets, right? Just like God and Jesus are 100% real.
So you see it as Maya, as the illusion?
Yeah.
No, not an illusion. It's real. It's just not found in objective reality. There is no ultimate knowledge of everything, as this
that does not make sense to me. I'm not trying to be mean.
I think I agree with you.
I know it's Terrence, because let me send you a paper, my friend.
There's no grand narrative, I don't think, I think there's just a lot of iterating narratives, and they're all very complicated, and some of them are related. I don't think it's very simple as we want it to be.
Correct. And these narratives we call culture.
I sympathize with you with trying to get away from seeking and trying to standardize that simplicity, because I think it's bad and it's a sure way to miss things or ignore.
Not at all.
The quote unquote illusion. I'm not sure if it is an illusion. It could be.
It's not.
Right?
It could be, but I wouldn't consider it to be. I'd consider it to be just as real as, like, there was a previous podcast with someone trying to empirically deduce whether or not Jesus existed as a historical figure. And I was just pointing out the fact that, well, you can make the same argument for Aristotle, but you can't make the argument for either one of them that both of them have drastic major influences on today's thought and on today's culture and on today's epistemology of our understanding of the outside world.
I definitely agree with you that Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle have huge effects on the reason why we can even do science today. So, yeah, love them for that.
Yeah. No, just...
Right. What I mean, though,
I guess where I have issue is, like, to me it sounds like what you're sort of getting at is the story is the truth, right? It's not the objects. What's really true to you is the story.
Not at all. What I'm trying to say is that, like Napoleon looking for the Rosetta Stone, we are looking to figure this formula that we've created for ourselves in our culture scientifically, which is the most drastic one in the field of physics. You guys briefly mentioned on it, Newton, which later led to Einstein, and to our understanding of space equals time, and the two-headed snake, which is represented by infinity. A lot of you have made claims, absolute claims, this podcast, but the physical representation being somewhere in space and saying, well, space is infinite, or well, this is infinite, or that I would say is a stereotypical cultural expression of Western.
I don't remember any of us specifically talking about.
Whoa, okay, well, one I can definitely fucking put to evidence that shows that space is expanding. I can show evidence of that.
Well, I mean,
right?
we know what the
Right.
speed of light is, right? 186,000 miles
No,
per second. Not to the
we
T,
don't.
but we understand the
No.
speed
We
of
don't.
light.
Okay, Marcus, what do you mean by we don't? You mean that the
So, like-
experiments that are currently are not sufficient to your standard of what truth should be?
No, not to my subjective standard, just not to absolute objective standards,
What
the ones
is?
that you
What do
claim.
you? Okay, well, it is up to your
Science is
subjective
not
standards
stating
as to
absolute
what it is.
objectivity. Science is putting forth theories and models that best explain the facts that we have through our phenomenology. That's all science is. Anybody who's coming around saying that science is some form of absolute, infallible methodology is full of shit, and they should not be taken seriously.
I agree.
I agree with you.
It is a tool. It is a tool that we use to understand the difficulties throughout experience, right?
And we can
when we
change
have
it.
we plug in A and usually it gives out B, and all of a sudden it's giving out C, and we're like, what the fuck? We found out that using this tool is just real useful for that. But I don't think it's.
We lost Jay.
Oh, well, I'm going to just quickly grab that on because it's very, I like they used the word useful. That's where I'm going with this. When you were asking, do you consider this to be natural or not? I definitely do. I consider this to be so natural that when a culture is growing and it adapts a methodology of science, it will automatically, kind of like an organism in the wild, adapt whatever is most useful as a tool to its culture. So the narrative, as Lady Duckney is saying in chat, is precisely set by the premise of its usefulness.
Do you accept that the theory of evolution by means of natural selection is the best way to understand the fact of the change in allele frequencies over time?
Definitely not. Definitely not. Firstly,
that's a bold claim.
Not at all. Well, I guess, yeah. I mean,
hold on.
I'm gonna listen to your reasoning. I'm just saying.
Well, hold on, Thomas. We're clarifying what the fuck allele frequencies are.
Allele frequencies are the frequencies in genes that change over time. I'd have to look it up to give you a better description.
Okay.
Yes. So
gene expression.
These things, right? Like Darwinian sort of theory of evolution seems to be, specifically in the cutting edge of biochemistry, to be less accurate than Lombardian or Lombuctian, whatever you fuck you pronounce his name, the guy that came before him. And I always mention the greatest zoologist and sort of the founder of botany in general, modern day botany, which would be Carl Linnaeus, the first sort of giant zoologist from Europe. Those two I consider to be more, as for the materialistic realm, and only the materialistic realm, to be more of a, how would you say, accurate tool philosophically to deduce and determine genomic traits. We would all be fooling ourselves, though, if we would take this anywhere, even the slightest centimeter past the material realm. And we've seen in the last century where it goes sometimes.
Wait, real quick. Do you trust medical science?
Real medical science, sure, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I have a microscope next to me.
What do you mean by
what the fuck does real mean? What the fuck does real mean?
Real means when people make claims like, we know this, we know that. That's actually the story. That's a narrative which is being told. We know for sure that I can prove that space is infinite. I can show you this peer-reviewed study, which is conducted by theoretical mathematicians, which all have PhDs or postdoctorates, whatever, right? Master degrees.
But if you get cancer, you're going to go to the doctor, bro. You're going to go and trust the physician who has the scientific information.
Okay, how do I know I have cancer in the first place?
The doctor told you.
How do I know? Seriously, how do
just
let me
tell me
hold
this,
on.
dude. If you do get cancer, don't go get leeches.
You know,
it's not gonna help.
I'll tell you this. I had cancer. I had cancer when I was 17. I started to my lymph nodes got swollen, and I asked my mom was like, "Hey, what's going on with these lymph nodes?" I didn't even know what lymph nodes were. I used some other word, and she's like, "Oh, that's normal. Like that happened to me when I was your age." Ignored it for a good 3-4 months. Eventually, went to a general doctor because I wanted to start to apply to the soccer team or whatever, try out for the soccer team. And the doctor was like, "Hey, that's not normal. You should go to the doctor." went to the doctor. They did an X-ray, and they showed me the X-ray. There was like tumors throughout my body.
Yes.
And there was like a reality of like, well, that clearly shouldn't be there. And there was no more like the X-ray was very like clear. There was no necessity for standards of truths or cultural narratives, as you might put them. It was an emotional thing almost. It was an experience.
Oh, I bet it was, man. I'm sorry to hear. I'm glad you're all right.
No. It was fine. I'm sure you've had your own experiences.
I recently did too, and like, unfortunately, I had a very nasty one recently with a doctor as well, a physician, which I never met before. I got ill with a chronic illness. It was actually from a tick, which I removed myself, obviously, as I do. And like I said, I own a few microscopes, and I looked at my own leg, and I seen, well, I removed it correctly, but I was infected, not just with Lyme's disease, but a few other diseases. And I tried treating it myself at first and realized it's not working. So I've, sought out someone that can, not for any appeal to authority to know what was going on, but rather for someone to prescribe me drugs, which are administered only by people with boomer certificates. I can't just walk into a drug pharmaceutical company and
boomer
say,
certificates? Is that what you call them?
Boomer certificates, I like that.
Correct. Right. This person told me, by the way, was looking me dead in the eye.
Do you have any boomer certificates?
I do, yes. And I can tell you how useless they are in my life. And I can also tell you how much time I wasted trying to actually take it serious. What?
Do you mind my asking which boomer certificate you have?
It's a very specific one, but yeah, integral security science.
Oh,
okay,
nice.
Okay, for sure. Well, that is, I would say
Fucking
that is
useless.
Yeah. I don't know about useless.
Well, it's definitely useless in my life, at least.
I think there are some practices in our culture, for example, plumbing, or becoming an architect, or a physicist, or a surgeon, which all of our culture, all of our society has built up the usefulness of these roles in such a specific way that unless you go through the year-long kind of beating you into shape so that you fit in, the square peg into the circle hole, until you fit into that circle hole, you're not useful, Yeah.
No,
I want my doctor to have been beat into that circle so that he can fucking perform with the narratives that have been ruling for so long.
You mentioned a few things,
they were useful, and they are useful. And they're useful because I can see the statistics of them, right? I can see how they're useful. I can see whether hospital methods are, constructive or destructive. And there are a lot of stories of destructive hospital methods. When doctors thought that so-and-so would cure people, for example, very recently, ventilation techniques throughout COVID have radically changed the use of ventilators in all of science, in all of medicine. Prognosis and the necessity for ventilators has largely been reduced, I think, because of the awareness of the addiction that your lungs get to not being able to, your muscles start not breathing on their own.
I do want to say, just being in that industry as well, a lot of that came down to is ventilators not being available, and they're like, "Yeah, we can get by with them."
Sure,
no
sure.
shit.
That pragmatism, right? It's at the end of the day all pragmatic. It has to be useful, because if it's not useful, then it's not happening,
That's right. If it's not predicting future events, then it's not helping us too much, is it?
Well, no. That's precisely our perversion of science. Again, with the sort of metaphysical expression of it. To get back to where I'm trying to criticize your epistemological basis, is there's no room for fictionalism, which, funnily enough, I'm going to post a very, very, very good paper in here, which I recommend all of you read. It's written by a guy who's part of...
Is it Oswald Spengler?
Hello?
Oh, you cut off, Marcus. I don't know if that's just me.
Yeah, Marcus, I couldn't hear you anymore, bud.
Yeah. And since you cut off...
you guys hear me? I missed it.
Watson said, are there any useful fictions? It depends, I think, what you mean by useful, but I think entertaining is often useful. And you pull up Netflix, there's a whole bunch of useful fantasies by that.
I'll tell you a useful fiction. Like, some guys might be dressed like gangbangers, but they could be like a church group, right? But it might be a useful fiction for you to like stay away from those people just in case.
Yeah, that's because you hate. That's because you hate the church. What?
I'm saying, Jay, that all of it's useful, and it's useful precisely because you guys are interpreting culture, and
they're not useful. Come on.
No, all of them are. All of them are. Even the ones that are currently destroying everything, which to us seems like a monolith of culture, which one day our sort of way of conducting science and our way of doing things is much going to be like the old Roman way of doing things, where the aqueducts are overgrown with moss and stuff. That's going to be our skyscrapers one day. And my reasoning behind this is because I consider culture and the progression of cultures to be organic, just as much as a human being would be, to have a circle which ends, right? Like a season that passes and never returns. So no one is essentially proposing or enforcing this upon our culture.
Real quick, hang on just a second. Excuse me, guys. Hang on just a second.
Yeah.
Marcus, what is true then?
There we go. Well, what is truth would be subject only to you.
Just anything.
Well, so here's the thing. It would be only subject to you in two different ways. You can subscribe to it, and at the same time, here's the hard catch, it's predetermined just for you. So your truth is predetermined partially, and the other part is subscribing to it.
I hate that word, your truth. Hate that.
Right, but that's the hard, I can't make it any better, I'm sorry.
No,
that's
I
a
like
relativistic approach that gets us into difficult waters. You know,
it's not at all. It's not relativist at all. It's fictionalist. And the paper I posted in the chat, which I hope even works, is written by a postdoctorate, which is peer-reviewed, by the way, by a group of doctorates all here from Europe who are part of a society, as you will, Foundation of Interpreting Spengler as a fictionalist, mainly. At least that's what he's doing. For whatever reason, though, as you were talking about Stanford and about Wikipedia and stuff, we've been trying to add this, but it keeps continuously getting taken down for whatever weird reason. There just seems to be some camp out there that does not want to even entertain the thought of science being fiction. Like Nietzsche would call it gay science. I don't know if many of you have read it.
I don't know if there's an overall conspiracy. There might be some specific people that are very against it, but I don't know if there's a conspiracy.
What the fuck does that mean, science fiction? I want to know what this means.
Yeah, I'm reading about fictionalism right now, and do
I need to sign up?
Yeah,
no.
Download the paper and give it a read.
Real quick,
yeah,
please.
Sure.
All right. Fictionalism is the view in philosophy according to which statements that appear to be descriptions of the world should not be constructed as such, but should instead be understood cases of make-believing to treat something as literally true, a useful fiction.
Yeah.
So that's what fictionalism is.
And that's why I asked you a while ago.
Hold on.
If you're saying that the story is the truth, because it seems like that's where you're coming from, right?
It's not what I'm saying at all. Again, there at least if you
not. Like your personal story is your truth, right? I mean,
not really, because like I mentioned before, science is only an extension of a cultural monad. And you, as a human being, are non-voluntarily, by the way, subjugated to a culture. It's determined by where you're born, right? Who your parents are, etc., who you have to pay taxes to, all this other stuff. That sort of predetermines your truth, which is shared mutually with others. Not everyone, of course, but some. That being said, there's different forms of fictionalism. I'd say about three. There's positivist fictionalism, negativist fictionalism.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading right now, modal and all that.
Right, yep. I would say, at least, hopefully one day I'll get to coin phrase this term. I would call myself a realist fictionalist, right? In the sense that I don't take either extreme. Yeah, right. I don't take it. Yeah, well, it's... I think there can be truth, which can mutually be observed with a scientific method. Although I would not entertain any idea that anything can absolutely be known empirically more than 200 years in the past, or one day in the future, as Spengler himself puts it.
Hold on. What do you see? When you say more than 200 years in the past? So it's like something has to be 200 years old before it to be true. Is that
No? I'm saying the other way around. Like, if you were to say, like, hey, I just met my friend yesterday and we took a picture and, like, we were talking together, then I'd say, okay, well, that's true, I guess. Empirically true. I observed it, you observed it, everyone observed it, we witnessed it, we experienced it together. It's true. Making any claim for anything historically past 200-300 years gets very cringy and very much idealist and subjectivist. And
you mean
what I'm trying to, like,
I got you.
Right.
Looking
And what
back
I'm
in
trying
the
to
past, right?
Exactly. What I'm trying to urge you all to sort of remember and remind yourselves, and I do it to everyone all the time, is like, when we make these absolute claims for history, we really have no absolute basis other than our own ideals. So when we say things like, oh yeah, truth can definitely be obtained by the scientific method, well, the scientific method itself is not even an objective. So to say that objective truth can be derived from a system which objectively exists in this, I guess, objective realm of the forms, which cannot be objectively observed, then it's nothing but an idea.
But listen, real quick, there are probably people who take it too far in science and say that it is objective, right? That it is absolutely objective. I'm not that kind of person. When I do science, I do it fallibilistically. I don't know if there is any certainty. I kind of take that on face value. But I'm sorry, Jay.
I think no true scientist would allow no fallibility. Like, it has to be fallible.
Yeah, it has to be willing to be changed, because the scientific method that we have today is different than what we started with.
Let's change gravity.
The scientific method that we the knowledge that we have now. The knowledge that we have now is actually a refinement of everything that came before us, right?
No,
dollars spent every year in trying to change the foundational understandings of gravity. Like, we're spending a lot of money on a lot of, like, cutting edge experiments to try to, like, understand the boundaries of our understandings of gravity. And so, yeah, we definitely are trying to change the definition of it.
You said that key instance there, our understanding of gravity. That's what physics is. It's our understanding of it. It's not actually a one-to-one with gravity, because there might be things about gravity that we don't know yet, right?
Yeah. There certainly are.
I don't know anything about gravity. How can gravity ever be known to begin with? Like,
well,
how
about this?
I can jump off a cliff. I mean,
100%.
I fall down. That's the phenomenon. That's
Sure, with 100% certainty, if I, like, throw something out the window, I can tell you how. If you tell me how high it was, at what moment it'll hit. Like,
again, that's a fallacy again.
No, it's
a giant fallacy.
It's not, Marcus. It's like it's the
experience. What do you mean? Where's the fallacy?
Hang on, Jay. Let's go.
Truth. It's the observational truth that if you touch a stove and it's hot, you know it's hot, right? Like,
sure,
it doesn't matter the term that we have in our head, or like what's actually going on with the excitement of the particles in this piece of metal that's increasing its frequencies of vibration that create, like, heat.
It does matter.
Science.
It does matter when you take that. It doesn't matter when you take that and say, you see those stars up there? You see all the galaxies in the distance? You see, like, the space which is bending and twisting and, reflexive to itself like an elastic band? That's all caused by gravity. There's just one catch, though. It cannot be isolated. It cannot be, replicated. It cannot be demonstrated. And it can only be theoretical, but we know it's there. It's like, how are you ever going to make that claim without appealing to a third party? Or at least some kind of authority. And the answer is you can't, because
I don't think people know.
No, we actually
there are no real.
Isolate for me a gas without a container. Go ahead. Anyone, please demonstrate it too.
I assure you, there are no real physicists, or there's no real people that spend their and earn their living by studying the understandings of space that would tell you that we with certainty understand how it is that the galaxies were formed, that the centers of our galaxies became how they were, how the structure of those galaxies relative to each other became how it is, and the weird net way that we can.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
Of our experiments, we can give you results of our very delicate methodology like experiments.
Those theoretical, right? Well, you're changing the goalposts a bit. Earlier, you said like space is expanding, and we know this. How do you know this?
You know.
How?
Okay. I could tell you how we know this. Okay. That's actually a wonderful question. So there is this. I'm sure you're familiar with the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Okay. Do you know the substantiating evidence that gives us our understanding of the Big Bang Theory?
What's the evidence? I guess I don't know.
I mean, that's okay. No, it's super okay. So if you put like an antenna, like a wire, okay, just a wire,
yes.
like a piece of metal, out in space, okay, and then
this is an issue. This cannot be done by anyone other than like an ABC government organization. This cannot be like I can have the microscope next to me.
That's not true. Yeah. You can look at videos of little kids doing it with literal
going to outer space orbit with antennas.
Yes, correct.
What? Show me. I want to see this.
YouTube it. You literally get a big weather helium balloon. They cost a few $100s, like $200. Yeah. You buy a tank of helium, another like $100. You fill that bitch up, and then you put a GoPro, a voltmeter. A voltmeter is currently obviously usually nowadays comes with amp meters, and then you put a piece of wire, and then you put literally like the positive and the negative just touching the ground and the antenna. And if you see that and you put a camera to the voltmeter, you will see the effects that the outer space radiation have on the antenna. You will see when
how are we getting this in outer space orbit, though? That's my like. I understand, the contraption. How are you getting it into outer space orbit?
I'm explaining. Well, I just told you a weather balloon, a helium. I mean, there's many ways you can do it. You can.
Have you done it?
I have not done it.
Has anyone in here done it?
I have not.
Neither have I. Perhaps, maybe I am wrong on this.
I could show you a YouTube video of someone doing it if that is.
Yeah, I could show you a YouTube video too of someone casting like firebolts out of their hands or something.
No, okay, fine. You want the reality? Like, you gotta earn it, my friend.
Hey, guys,
you gotta go buy that balloon. You gotta go buy that helium. You gotta go buy that.
This is your scientific method,
right? GoPro. You gotta set it up.
Hang on.
You gotta
1 second, please.
It's not free, Like understanding. Like you want to see it. You want to have it to your hand. You want to feel it.
Now.
You want to calculate like. Well, what I'm trying to get at, by the way, is you'll see the fluctuations in amperage and in voltage of the antenna, and that is because there's light and other types of particles actuating the dynamics of the wire, which is currently the antenna. It's just a wire, and you can see those waves are completely correspondent with what, for example, the sound pressure waves of an explosion of a certain quantity are, right? We have equations that predict like pictures of how it is that wave patterns occur when certain explosions of certain energies occur, right? And if you just put X energy, you'll get a picture of how the sound pressure waves will change.
Yeah,
and if
because all these are contained.
Right, and you can do this vice versa, right? So if you put instead of the energy of the explosion, you put in the frequency of the waves that were being put off, you will be given the initial energy of the explosion. And this is how our understanding of the Big Bang Theory is formed.
None of this could be measured unless isolated. And same goes with the whole theory of gravity.
We can measure the redshift too, Marcus. That's how we know everything is accelerating.
Well, okay. So
that
who's
is how
we
we know.
again?
Yes.
Who's we? Who's this whole we thing?
The scientific.
You can pull.
I'm part of the scientific community.
No, you are part. No, yes, you are. If you have an internet connection, you can fucking look up the public data, right? All of these institutions that made all these experiments of like the calculations of like for example, the most recent
organizations,
James Webb.
Which were founded in the Cold War in the name of national
security. Government organizations, and you should be glad that they're government organizations because it means that all their data is public.
Because otherwise it definitely wouldn't be, right?
I have to stop all of you real quick. I haven't been looking at my phone. I'm so sorry, Iggy. I don't even know how long you've been there. I'm really sorry. Marcus,
Yeah,
I want to hear
hours.
what you and Jay are saying some more, but could you hop right back in the caller queue right behind Iggy, and let's cycle it a little bit? I don't want to ignore anybody.
Yeah, sure thing, man. Thank you all anyway.
Thank you, Marcus. I
being so
appreciate you
receptive.
always.
It's beautiful.
Thank you, Marcus.
Likewise,
Marcus, join the Discord. I'd love to talk to you on the Discord.
He's on the Discord.
I am. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll see you around there. I'll see you around. I'm Docio.
All right.
I'll see
Cheers.
you
Peace, everyone.
Cheers.
Hey, bro. All right, Iggy, let's get you in here finally. I'm very sorry that we made you wait so long. If you've been here for a while, I've been looking at my phone. Sorry.
Right, and Iggy said no worries. I'm actually would rather go back to this philosophical thing because actually I'm interested in trying to, because I don't really know much about philosophy, and I'm interested in giving you a scenario and just seeing if there's a kind of a model I can look at or something that'll tie it up. But very quickly, I think you're in a dangerous area when you're getting into science, right? Particularly when you just went down this Big Bang Theory road, right? So whoever it was who was speaking about this experiment, unless you can post, right, the actual experiment with all of your data, I'm going to have to say that you're not convincing me that you're somebody who knows what you're talking about, because the first and quickest, easiest thing to do when you're trying to demonstrate the basis for the supposed expansion of the universe is simply redshift or blue shift. That's literally the thing that you learn in school, right? So I don't know why you avoided saying that. The second thing is...
Okay, sure. I didn't avoid it. There's a lot of examples for it.
But like redshift and blue shift is the simplest thing. Like, I don't even understand what the point of what you were saying is, because it's so poorly explained. And you're trying to use that as an example of objective truth, right? I think you're losing, right?
Well, I'll tell you this. It's the first example that came to mind of how I know.
Okay,
that
so while I'm speaking, please, can you go and find all of the stuff, a link that I can look at and anybody else can look at to know exactly the experiment you're talking about, and that will just avoid this ambiguity, because you're talking about truth, aren't you? And yet you actually don't appear to be dealing with any truth that I can grasp from your explanation. That's a kind of a funny irony, isn't it?
I don't think. Well, okay. I'll give you my experience, right? My experience.
No. Please, just try to get me a version of truth,
I will.
Right, via a link, right, and that will help Marcus understand what you're talking about as well. So the second thing is, on science and the Big Bang Theory, you just used a word, right, that basically suggests that it isn't true. Right? It's not what one would call true, and that's theory, right? Now, if you look at the James Watts, I think it's the James Watts telescope results, some of what they've observed is grounds to possibly discuss in further detail exactly what we think the Big Bang Theory is and means. Now, some of that reporting, and I'm very cautious about news reporting of science, just like I'm cautious about news reporting of very specialist subjects in general, right? Some of that stuff suggests that there are nuances to the Big Bang Theory that have evolved over time, like essentially the relative sizes of galaxies as they appear, depending upon how they're observed in relation to each other and space-time, right? But if you go back to the beginning of the Big Bang Theory, that shit didn't exist in the theory, did it? People went redshift, blue shift. Holy fuck! The universe is expanding, and then you go backwards from that, and you get to a single point source, and then you go shit. That must have meant that the nothingness welled up and then blew up and created the Big Bang, right? That's very crudely what the Big Bang is kind of centered around, very crudely, right? Because I'm no expert, but also I want to get to this. Yeah, I want to get through that quickly, right? So, but it's a fucking theory, isn't it?
May I just real quick, and I'll let you continue really quick. A scientific theory is the model, the methodology that best explains the facts. It, in my opinion, and in most scientists' opinion,
and it is not.
It is just
the truth.
No, any scientist worth his salt is going to tell you that it is not absolute truth.
Yeah, so what you're doing with Marcus, what it sounded like you were doing with Marcus, is essentially reverting to starting to question whether or not he believed the Big Bang Theory, as if that was some kind of if he didn't agree with that, then somehow he was ignoring a scientific truth. right?
Well, I think we hold on. Actually, I don't know how much of the conversation you heard before, but he was talking about like right before that, like medical practice, like whether or not he would go to like the doctor.
That's fine.
So
but listen,
I was trying to like make it a thing, like a real
but you
like.
can't.
Imagine you did this.
Okay, this is the problem that you're in, right? Is that none of you are truly contextualizing when you were talking about the detail of or the details beyond the philosophical side with Marcus. None of you are really contextualizing truth in context, right? And this is kind of the point I want to make. When you want to take, say, me and my friend sat looking into my garden, right? And we're talking about the grass and we're talking about the greenness of the grass, right? Essentially, what you could say is that is a working truth in the context of my experience, right? And you've touched on this before, philosophically, right? But if you then want to try and take another truth, and let's think about this, and this is not a trick question. Say, for example, you're sat in an airliner and you're on the ground and you've filled up the tanks, right? And the digital fuel readout says you've got 5,000 kilos of fuel in the tanks, right? And you need 3,000 kilos to get to where you want to go. So you're going to have 2,000 left, right? The first question is this. Do you have 5,000 kilos of fuel in those fuel tanks?
Right about.
Yes or no?
No, like
exactly? No, probably not.
Hold on,
okay,
I would say no.
So is the 5,000 figure true?
Hold on.
That's why
I think you're going off the you just made a whole bunch of assumptions.
Let's let Scott jump in real quick. He hadn't spoken in a second.
Yeah, just real quick. That's why like planes, like they every time they land, they go to a mechanic, and that mechanic, the first thing they're going to do is inspect all the working parts, right? So you want to know if your fuel, if your device that's reading fuel levels is correct, right?
No,
so,
what I'm asking you is this. No, you're missing the point. And the thing you said about when they land, they go to an engineer, that's not true. Okay?
To a mechanic.
No, they don't. No, they don't. I'm an airline pilot. They fucking don't, mate. Right? So, my point is that when we talk about truth, it depends on the context, doesn't it? So what you're doing with Marcus is you're massively mixing context. And you're leaping from, say, for example, an experiential point of two guys discussing a colour, right? And then you're going, yeah, but what about medical science, right? And then you're going, what about the Big Bang Theory? Like every time you make that jump in a reference frame, what truth is itself actually shifts radically, right? Because of context, and you're not taking that into account.
No.
We're actually missing the bigger picture here. Iggy just pointed out that after airlines come in, they don't go to mechanics or engineers. So I think that's a bigger problem.
I'll tell you what.
In the military, they do.
I'll tell you what I do when I land a plane on a
I'm messing with you, man. I'm messing with you.
I go and park up, and I do the walk around. And if there's any problem that I know about, I may refer that. If there is no problem that I can identify, what do you think happens? No mechanic comes out.
So I'm not going to fly on your airline. Cool.
That's a standard operation, mate.
Like if you go to like a major airport and you're on American Airlines and they land, somebody's going to go and check out the equipment. Somebody's going to kick the tires and okay, everything's in working.
That's the pilot, mate. The pilot does a visual walk around in between sectors unless there is an identified technical defect, identified probably in flight by the pilots, or there was a ritualistically scheduled maintenance inspection, which then picked up something. So it isn't, what you're telling me about my job isn't true.
But it should be.
It's all about context, isn't it? Truth is all about context.
So I guess I know a pilot, and like this is what he tells me. Like when he flies, he flies. What are they? Like a G6 or something like that. He does like private flights and stuff. But every time he takes his plane out, like it gets checked, right? So you check all your instrumentation, you check and make sure everything's in working order before you ever take off, right?
But that's not the same thing as saying that when a plane lands, when an airliner lands, which is basically what you guys just said, when an airliner lands, every time it lands, a mechanic comes along and it checks everything. That's not true. That's not.
But that's what the military does. That's what we do.
Okay, so now what you're doing is, now that you've been challenged by a guy who knows what he's talking about in this particular instance, every time I go, what? I'm an airline pilot, mate.
Of one specific airline with specific views.
But
and
I've flown for more than
view.
one airline, and basically, you're speaking in a generalization, saying when this happens. No, because the guy who said that when a plane lands,
you don't have to get upset, man. We're just chatting.
Yeah, I know, but my point is this: when you were talking to Marcus, what you weren't doing.
I wasn't talking to Marcus at all.
Whatever. Whoever was. Well,
it's not whatever, man. Define your key terms here, man. Maybe chill out a little bit and let's chat.
Yeah, okay, so what's happening with Marcus is he's trying to serve up a paper that deals with a certain modus of experiencing truth, and I've yet to see the paper, so I don't really understand how big the spectrum is. But every part of the conversation about what truth is didn't ground it in the context, so you just moved it from the Big Bang Theory to medical science to something else, right? And it's just like, well, truth isn't the same in all of those three contexts, and I'll give you an example. In medical science, right, science is a big process. So it's not just the experimental phase of, observe, experiment, and get your results. It's also in culture, what we consider science and scientific method, particularly in medicine, involves the experimental side of things, right? And then it involves publishing results, peer review, It involves money, who's paying for the research, right? What's their agenda? And then the interpretation of those results and what happens in the peer review process, and ultimately what people choose to accept as the new dogma or the new theory, right? Huge amounts of that are highly subjective, right? Now, similar things happen in big picture science, right? In other forms of science. But what physics isn't, for example, is physics is not the most truthful science out there, because as the Big Bang Theory or string theory or M theory would show you, people are dealing with huge amounts of theoreticals and believing that they are true. Like, if you believe the Big Bang Theory was true, you've got a problem when string theory comes along. And the problem is, both of them are theories. So you can't really say that that's all true.
No, you're missing the point, Iggy. And Thomas even mentioned this earlier. Like a theory, like you keep intermingling these things of somebody saying this is the absolute truth. A theory is the best understanding. It's the best working model that we have. Now, if you want to take something and we see here is the best working model that we have, but it's all just bullshit because it's a theory. And this other thing that some guy came up with 200 years ago is a theory too, so it's equally as good. That's ridiculous, right? Like you recognize that, right?
Yeah, but what I don't understand is why, when Marcus was talking, you started. I think Jay started going down this idea of, well, do you don't believe that? Essentially, you're saying, well, you believe the Big Bang Theory, right? Well, as if that's the truth. It's not the truth.
But so, what is your standard of truth? Because you keep talking about truth.
Okay, so it depends.
What is the standard?
Yeah, but it depends on context, doesn't it? Because
I'm asking you how you know anything to be true at all. I'm not asking you for context of how you understand.
Because I can explain
what
to
is
you
your basis.
which I can explain to you in a certain context, right? When it's and a lot of people
don't worry about context. I'm talking about epistemology. I'm not talking about context. I'm talking about how do you know anything to be true at all.
Right, which
is very fundamental and basic.
Yeah, technically speaking, you may end up in a situation where you have to accept that actually you don't know anything is absolutely true. But in context,
but that's a truth claim and a knowledge claim. How do you know that?
But wait a second. Let me just finish. So,
make some cogent points, and I'll wait.
In working reality, I can walk around in my house thinking, yeah, the fridge is white, that's a wall, and this is all true enough because it works, right?
But how do you know that? You know things because they work. How do you know they work, and why is that important?
Yeah, because you're into the realm of the experiential. You're into experience and forced reaction and all those things. Yeah,
how do you know you're in that realm? Doesn't make any sense.
Because that's what I'm saying. In the context of what I feel I need to know to live in this house and live in this world on a practical day-to-day basis, I can tell myself that what I'm experiencing is true enough for me to go, that's true,
it's subjective.
right?
It's
in that
truth.
context, in that context it is, right? So when you move into other contexts, like, for example, do you really want to get into being able to prove stuff in the theoretical physics world, right? You use some of those techniques, don't you? But then you're going to be
I don't use any of those
asking
techniques
deeper
that you're
philosophical you're going to be using deeper philosophical questions about what could be true. I mean, I'm not an expert, and this is where I was going to ask you what the boundary of this is, right? Because you're not really relying on the same kind of truth or vague truth of walking around your house to work out whether string theory is true, right?
Sure,
So what's the movement, or what would be the philosophical difference between this experiential, true enough, local experience of truth, shall we say, and something where you're getting into really big, how the fuck can I existentially prove truth? Say, for example, when it gets to very big concepts like string theory. What's that kind of philosophical point?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can prove anything at all. I think you're just kind of bouncing all over the place with empiricism.
I actually have a point to make
with no foundation.
Yeah, real quick, Josh.
Go ahead.
Let Jay jump in real quick.
No, I mean,
for sure.
No, if you have a point, Josh, please, like you were talking with Iggy. I feel like
I never have any points. You go ahead.
Oh, okay, that's great. I love that. That's good to know.
Just so that everyone knows, Josh is a presuppositionalist, so he is game for any type of conversation. Trust me.
But I also like guns, meat, and long walks on the beach. So I'm not just a presuppositionalist.
I have this this more experiential conversation to give you, which I think it has to do with your standard of truth. Okay? Some people have very, very, very high standards. Like, for example, I took a lot of classes in physics, and in a lot of these classes, I remember before, like, what we always learned everything from a textbook, and we just did one chapter at a time, kind of a thing. But there was always like moments in which there were derivations in the textbooks, you know.
Yep.
And there were jumps, there were large jumps often that would like take, you know, hours and pages of algebra that they would just summarize, right?
I've noticed that too. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. No, it's not weird. It's actually quite necessary often.
Yeah, I mean, because you need all that extra. I meant all.
Well,
that weird and kind
you want to get at something important, or you want to meddle in the algebra is the answer,
right.
you know.
Right, exactly.
And this is what I mean by the standards, right? And the professor, like, and I don't mean one, I mean all of them had this attitude of, oh, please don't bother, right? Like, we all know the algebra. You can skip it. But there was often, and I mean, I was one of them, right? With these people that would be like, no, I want to fucking see. I want to do it. I want to prove it. And they would always have this narrative of, you know, convince yourself if you need to. And I would often. And I think at some point, after a practice of doing that, after doing that so long, you will have an understanding of trust. You'll have a relationship with the methods that you're partaking to find truth. You'll have a connection to them that will be further than like understanding in like an objective sense, but will be more based on, you know, the types of relationships you have with people. I think at least that's how it is for me, right? And so
right,
I might assume that it's how it is for you.
I'm not cutting you off. That was cool. Iggy, go ahead and respond, and then I'm gonna get to Perry because he hadn't talked in forever.
I was going to say, so I don't really understand how any of that really applies to, say, quantum physics.
Yeah, hold on real quick. Marcus is trying to get in. Iggy, do you want to come up to speakers? Is that cool, Thomas?
Yeah, let's just not get too many speakers up
it's
here
okay.
because it gets chaotic.
Don't worry. Yeah. Don't add me. Just, you know, it's okay.
No, I could also leave. I could also leave and let Iggy give Iggy a spot. I'm down to do that.
It's cool.
if don't worry, let Marcus come back.
Is trying to get it. Well, I mean, it seems like you and Marcus are having like the
Sam,
same
I actually wanted to talk to Iggy a little more, but okay.
He can come back. He can call in anytime he wants.
All right. Well, I hope he goes to the Discord. Yo, Iggy, go to the Discord at some point because I feel like
yeah, man,
you were grilling me on some points and I was enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
here we go.
Fuck, what did he just said? Whatever, it's fine.
I don't really, personally, I don't really have any specific topic that I want to cover right now. If we want to continue to talk about the theories and criteria of truth within epistemology, I'll be glad to go back to that and we can examine some of that. But otherwise, if you would, hang on just a second. Otherwise, if you guys want to confer amongst yourselves or talk about some tangents or stuff, go for it.
I just wanted to say this one thing.
If I would make it quick, I don't know.
Hang on, 1 second, Marcus. I don't think Harry was going to be long.
Oh, I don't hear him. My bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
can you hear me a little better?
That's better.
So
Perry is a human being.
So it just seems like, I mean, I heard Jay, which I don't think this is actually what he believes, but I heard him say the word 100% certainty, and I don't know if we were talking about like the cancer or the Big Bang.
No. When did I say that? Yeah, no, I don't mean that. I speak.
Yeah, we can go back to the tape. Maybe I misheard it, but.
Maybe no, I don't. Maybe I mean it's possible that sounds like something I would say. I'm not gonna lie.
But like I said, I mean, I don't think it's actually what you believe. And I mean, from Marcus's perspective, it seems like this could just be a whole thing of a language issue. Because what I'm hearing is Marcus thinks that it's like fiction's all the way down. And I'm still not sure whether or not he thinks that there is some objective reality independent of us.
I'm not even sure if Marcus believes that space is real, Like, I'm not...
I'll let him talk.
Yeah,
Marcus, do you believe in space?
I'm sorry.
Space-time, or be a little bit more
like, do you think that they, like, there are these groups of people that, I don't know if you consider yourself one of them, that don't believe that, the evidence that has been provided by people for the existence of quote-unquote space, the stratosphere,
you asked my beliefs, right? Like, you asked my beliefs, which is like, I believe a lot of things. Right? So do I believe in the existence of space? Sure. I look at it every day. Do I know is really the question. And even more so, do I have any monopoly on the truth regarding what I know? Right?
Well, we don't know anything, and I don't. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm understanding you more now.
You have to use
where I'm going with this, and what I would love very much to urge and highlight, specifically of you, Thomas. I hope Iggy will agree on this. And perhaps this would sort of explain his frustrations a bit, and certainly that of myself and many others, true skeptics of modern-day science and scientism, as I call it. The whole idea behind it is the following. And I'll be brief, and I'll explain sort of what Nietzsche tried to highlight, I think, in Gay Science, as well as Spengler and other critics of 21st and 20th century interpretations of science. They're... Like you were arguing earlier, Thomas, and not just you, Scott as well, you were both making an appeal to authority. And how you were doing it is you were saying, well, a scientific theory is set by academia, which means that it has fundamental foundings on the outside world around us, in reality, as you will, which can be...
I don't trust them.
No, that's absolutely not being given by the academia.
Well, hold on.
It's given by the experiment.
I mean...
Real quick, hang on. I do not trust those absolutely. I use them as the best model, and I don't think that it is fallacious. You maybe so, but I don't think personally that it is fallacious to appeal to bodies of knowledge.
Yes, that's not what I'm saying.
Understanding.
Correct.
Does that mean that I think they're absolutely true? No, but I'm still going to go to a doctor, and I'm still going to, because that's the most important thing to me is medical science. Can they cure me if I'm fucking dying? Right? I care about that.
I'm not saying that any of you are making this appeal. You sort of just, please, if you let me give me 2 minutes, and I will very clearly for everyone explain.
Okay. I'll give you the floor for a minute. Go ahead.
Thanks, brother. So
1 minute, 59 seconds.
Where I think the issue lies is when you say, well, it's a scientific theory, and it's not just a theory or a belief, it's a scientific theory because academia has a consensus on peer-reviewed papers being signed of this theory. If you make that claim, then you are literally no different to a Christian, a Hindu, a Jew, a Muslim, or any other religious.
There's a lot of scientific papers that are bullshit. Just quick thing there.
Well, sure, but right, I'm saying that they're not. And I'm just as much as I'm saying all the Abrahamic religions as well as all other religions are not bullshit either. But where I am going with this is like, as far as I understood traditionally, and this is where Nietzsche has his large issue with science too last century, is traditionally a scientific theory was ratified not by a consensus of its peers, but by a consensus of a mutually observable, unique phenomenon, as Aristotle puts it, in its natural state, observed within the natural world. By that I mean this. If I drop something on the ground, right, just fell on the fucking ground, I say, oh, that's God. Why? Well, 3 pastors have signed a peer-reviewed study that say everything that moves in this place is all orchestrated by God. It's the monotheism, the vis vita, as Leibniz says, that keeps everything together, the sort of glue of the universe, which God calls the Holy Spirit, right? This is an appeal to authority. Is it wrong? Is it false? Is it true? That's a different story. What I'm saying is if you are going to go with the traditional, which I'm trying to separate traditional science, Western science, from this new sort of occultist scientism and say, well, if you are going to say this is a scientific theory, then give me a unique physical representation of this phenomenon. Don't give me a representation of anything. So don't give me a representation, oh, this falls, or oh, you see that light over there, or oh, you see that, yeah, that's string theory right there. That's the Big Bang right there. That's God right there, or that's some other thing. No, I'm telling you, isolate a gas, so contain a gas, without a container, just using gravity. Show it to me, and I'll be like, all right, gravity is real. No one has done this. Everyone assumes that the whole world's contained by gravity, right? That's where we're talking now, in my opinion, about belief. Because there is no unique identifier for gravity. Even more so, the cutting-edge physicists in England even, Brian Cox being one of the biggest proponents, will openly tell you that there is no physical demonstration to display what gravity is. It's merely a belief. That's really what it is. So what we have now is the paradigm of...
Where did you get... Do you know where you heard that? Was it like a podcast or like a thing? Or like a book?
I wrote a giant paper about it. Right? Yes, he's a theoretical physicist. Well, a paper.
I know of Brian Cox. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of him. Yeah. Was it like an article he wrote?
Yes, in his paper. But just to quickly wrap this up, and I'll post all the sources, all the crazy claims I'm making.
It's not a big deal.
Where I'm getting with this...
I do have a few rebuttal points, but continue, yeah.
Right. Where I'm getting with this is in order to separate belief from theory, we ought to have something unique within the natural world, as Aristotle says it, in its natural state, which we can isolate, demonstrate, reproduce, etc. So if you give me, I don't know, any example of something unique, like hydrogen exists, and you show me hydrogen, right? Obviously, it will be contained in order to show me that it exists, but nonetheless, you can show me hydrogen exists. Same with oxygen. Same with anything else. Sure, great. These things exist. Now, if you were to say hydrogen originates from a world created by God or by the gods or by the ore flame of Gaia, which created the Big Bang by lighting the fire in the Logos, which then all the gods and demigods gathered around and Saturn and Jupiter got into a dispute and boom, the whole pantheon and all the planets were created, then I'll say you're just talking about a belief. And it's actually precisely what we're doing here. We're making not the distinction between belief and scientific theory. And what's really damaging in this is when we go one step beyond and we say, we know this. And we know this because we believe this. And if you don't believe this, then I guess you don't know this. And oh, you disagree with me? Well, look at all these peer-reviewed studies. That's the exact same premise that Catholicism had in Europe during its genocide, or Sunni or Shia Islam had during the Shah Caliphate. Or exactly that premise which all the other cultures had during its decline when it started genociding, raping, and imperially killing itself as well as all other life off in the name of absolute knowing, as the Romans would call it Roman hardness.
Let somebody jump in real quick, and unless you want to go or something, just let Jay hop in real quick.
No, Marcus, I feel like you
You might have finished your point. I'm not 100% sure, but you can feel free to cut me off if I'm getting something wrong, Marcus. I think but largely I think that your point was that you were equating the idea of supporting or using peer-reviewed papers that might have some theories of gravity or of the sorts of some phenomena is somehow equatable to appealing the Bible or some other religious text. And I can tell you why I think there's a difference. Although, hold on.
Merely the thing that you're appealing to. If there's to be found, it's a different story.
What was that? Say that again.
If there's an actual truth to be found and reproducible by nature in its natural state, I can pull up the citation from the methodology of natural science by Aristotle. But I'm sure you're familiar with it, and most of us are already. If I am, let's say, a PhD, and I sign something which says hydrogen is real, if I can reproduce it, okay, hydrogen is real. And it doesn't matter whether it's peer-reviewed or not.
Who cares about this? Yeah.
The thing is, with gravity, there is none of that. There's only peer-reviewed studies, just like with the Old Testament. The only way to know whether or not Jesus existed or was the reincarnation of God, etc., is by asking any of these pastors or by reading the scripture, which tells you about the people that are precisely giving you what is real.
I'm gonna speak to you through my experience because I think that's the most useful way. I think that's the most real thing that I have. And I often do that. If you don't like that, you can let me know. Maybe I can find a different way to say it. But I had a very similar difficulty that I think you're saying, in the trust in the institutions of academia. For example, when a certain person or a certain institution makes a grand claim, usually a person, right? But they would substantiate the claim with the citation of the institution. When someone would say a big thing like, didn't you know that hydrogen always has its peak frequencies at so-and-so and so-and-so? And I would say, there's no way, it's actually so-and-so and so-and-so. I remember it being so-and-so. And they would say, no, and here's the citation, right? And I would always say, well, how can I really know, right? Because I got into the whole science thing out of this idea that I could do it myself, that if I had a question and I ran into a phenomena, I would be able to, with my own new understandings, be able to go through it and find out the answer, the quote-unquote truth. And so, again, I had this similar, or frustration with having the trust in the institution. And a professor gave me this narrative that I'm not giving verbatim, right? I'm paraphrasing somewhat, but his idea was that all these papers, all these articles are they're signed, or they have the titles and the names of.
You've got a bit muffled.
Do I sound muffled?
No, you're good now. I'm receiving.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I might have been holding my phone in a weird way. Anyway, these articles or these papers that are posted, that are peer reviewed, are written or they're signed by just people putting their first and last name in the paper, And really, what that means, it's not that they're appealing to that person's authority. It is they're appealing to the history that person has in the real world, in the facts that you can pull up, the other things that they have said, quotable by other people, or the published work that they have, that has been legitimate, right? So
perhaps
if you see a paper, well, let me finish real quick. So if you see a paper and it has first name of some person that you can look up, and many of their papers have been theories that have been proven to be discorrect, and their methodologies have been, you could see their methodologies have common errors, and that these people are not very careful about their work, and that they're working in certain groups that are also not careful, right? Like, you can do the work the effort of finding out these things, or you can do the same thing to find out that there are good authors, right? That you can find out the name and look through the papers that they've posted and see that they have very reproducible papers and substantiated papers that have been built upon other papers and built upon other papers, and that there is, maybe even real world effects upon like medical devices or other world like things that you could, substantiate or satisfy your ego with.
This is the issue. You're highlighting it actually perfectly. What you just said is the perfect highlight of what Nietzsche was talking about. You're not just appealing to authority. You're appealing to the authority of the authoritative organ itself. So you're not just saying, okay, this person has peer-reviewed a study.
Look,
it's already peer-reviewed 50 other studies, which are accepted widely within academia. And then you say,
look.
Right.
Truth is the actuality of it is that it's not free. Okay? If you want to be certain about something, you can't trust your eyes, you can't trust your ears or your nose or what anyone told you, what your mom or your dad or someone that you love told you. You can't even trust what you think, right? You have to do a fuck ton of work, like a nauseating amount of work to determine what actually is occurring in front of you at that moment.
Not at all. This is now a false premise you're setting to sort of
how is
prove
that so?
you. Because I told you, contain for me a gas without a container, just using gravity. Shouldn't be that hard. Should be easy to reproduce.
Say it again.
Okay, so contain for me any gas without a container, only using gravity.
Contain for you.
He means like make a force field out of gravity and contain the gas. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. It doesn't have to be big. You don't have to go to space or anything.
Out of gravity and contain the gas.
Exactly. Like the whole world is supposed to be kept together this way. Theoretically. Like.
Okay. Here we're getting at it. We're getting at it.
Yeah. Go ahead. Jay, I think you're cutting out or silent or something.
Oh, my bad. I wish I wasn't. I don't know what that might be. I guess my phone's just shitty.
Oh, you're good now.
Oh, well, that's weird. I was just saying, I could certainly substantiate why it is that, like, we know the shape of the world. Like, we know to
who says we again?
We have a really heavy core.
We?
Right?
Yeah, well, who says we? Like, it feels so disturbing even hearing these claims.
Before, right? I would say
this is not. No.
Like,
this is not my culture.
A physics book. No, it is yours. It is yours. It is yours because you're on this app, and this app is in English. Are you
separating yourself from culture, Marcus?
I'm separating myself from this strange, like, occultist worship of scientism, which seems to be going on here.
I worship.
I don't worship.
Just a word of.
I don't worship it.
I believe in something so convincingly that it's not even a belief anymore. That's how much I believe in it. It's like you're talking to a hardcore Orthodox Christian who says, "How dare you question the existence of God?"
Look, I could only give you the ability to help yourself. Right? There's nothing I can do. There's this quote.
That's what the scientific method is.
No. I mean,
exactly. No. That's exactly what the scientific method is, and it precisely doesn't require any fucking authority whatsoever. It requires your physical sense. Notice how, like you said.
What do you think they're discussing on this paper? Besides the methods, what exactly they did, the assumptions that they did, their possible fallacies in the assumptions, like, right? They're giving you the work. They're giving you all they could do in trying to go in that route, right? And now it's up to you to convince yourself that was enough or that it wasn't. And again,
you have two eyes, don't you? You have two eyes, you have two ears, you have a nose that probably functions, you have two hands. You believe perhaps.
I mean, maybe it functions like that, but you don't know for certain.
Right? And like,
sorry.
Fuck, Nivik is about to explode this place.
Kaboom! Nivik's in here. What's up, Niv? Sorry, Marcus. I didn't mean to interrupt you, buddy.
My name's Nivik. Pew 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 pew. I'm Nivik. Pew 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 pew. Let's go.
Let's let Mark finish.
Well,
yeah,
I'd rather hear from Nivik.
Marcus, so you're good.
I'll finish it up quick.
Marcus finish. Please.
No, Marcus, you're fine to stay on if you want to, brother. We don't have any other callers right now. You're fine.
Oh, right. Well,
I'm appreciating your
I think I've highlighted the majority of it already, and like the only rebuttals I'm hearing is faith. Like a Christian would rebuttal, like the existence of God using faith, which is fine. Hold on, Jay. I'm not one of these people that says just because you believe in something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm actually arguing the opposite. I'm saying existence. I'm saying existence and truth itself is only obtainable by knowing it subjectively. There is no objective truth. This is an ideal that we like to tell ourselves to feel better and superior and sort of feel in control and less subjugated by the world or the gods or God outside of us. That's all that is.
There's an objective reality.
And I think I'm the only Christian here that actually believes in faith. So I'm not sure where you're getting.
I'm not a Christian, but I'm big on faith. Let me tell you.
Yes, exactly, Josh. I've never heard you talk about the good Lord yet, but Jason is very convinced of his beliefs as well.
My point on faith is actually not relevant to this conversation, I would say.
Marcus, you didn't answer my question.
Which was?
Get him, Nivik.
No, just was saying that even though you don't know everything 100%, in where you be subjective to some degree, do you believe that there's an objective reality behind that?
Do I believe that? Sure. It's one of my beliefs, yes. Do I know that? No.
So does it influence us?
I don't know.
You don't know. That's a nice dodge.
Well, he did.
It's not a dodge at all. It's my answer.
You know that it does.
Hang on, real quick.
You don't want to say that it does.
Hang on, guys. He did say he believes it. He just doesn't know
yeah,
it. Is that correct,
he said
Marcus?
that at various times. He
Okay.
has a lot
So
of.
did you, Jay. I do. You've just had your whole thing about not knowing something using your physical senses, but rather knowing it from the authority of a third party who has multiple papers under their belt, somehow solidifying their beliefs more than your own physical senses, which goes against the very premise of natural science. And Aristotle would turn in his grave if he heard you say that. And dare you call that science, right? And that's what I'm highlighting, that this is precisely a belief. Hold on, Jay. It's precisely a belief. Like if Josh were to talk to me about God, right? Just like you're talking to me now about your gravity. It's your belief. That's fine. I believe objective morality, for example, exists. It's one of my beliefs. I'm not saying it's 100%.
But you can't substantiate it without
Start
God.
with
That's the problem.
The effects and phenomena that I am calling gravity. You're clearly also calling gravity, right? Like there's this. You're ignoring this facility in speech that we're clearly utilizing, right? The fact that you know that what
this
you're
is a
saying
giant
is gravity,
showman.
and that I know that what I'm saying is
Jay's
gravity.
right, Marcus. You're
not at all. Actually, I highlighted something.
Hang on, guys. I highlighted. Let Marcus respond, and then we'll let Jake.
Three people. Right, 3 people just commented on something, which less than 5 minutes, I clearly explained and defined my position on this. Which is that gravity highlights nothing unique which is to be observed in nature. It's just as ununique as any other fucking claim. If I say there's a giant unicorn in outer space, which orchestrates every moving monad in the universe, including the Big Bang,
maybe calm down a little, Marcus. You're getting super loud, bro.
It's okay.
Right,
it's okay.
Right.
No, it's all right.
You're good, Marcus. Just a little hot on the mic. It's okay.
You're a little hot, bro. Maybe settle down, dude. We're all friends here, man. Take it down a notch.
We are.
You're good, Marcus. Go ahead, bud.
No, I love
finish
vigor,
up and let Jay
I love
hop
the
in.
vigor. But hold on. Let me just jump in on that. If I drop something and it fucking always every single time accelerates at 9.8 meters per second, like every fucking single time, bar none.
Yes.
Experimentally, like you right now could do that easily.
Jay, you're quiet.
Yeah, you've gone quiet. I know where he's going with all this because you've made this argument 4 times now, and you're repeating yourself, and I'm repeating myself too. Jay, my answer is this. How do you know that to be any different from God and to be gravity? What's causing that? And the answer is you don't, because both are found purely and only in belief.
Right? You can call it whatever you want. I don't care if you call it God. I just care that you agree that it's 9.8 meters per second.
Oh, the phenomenology of this container being the earth and if you drop something, it falls. I'm not arguing the phenomenology. And I made that very clear earlier. I don't know if you're asking out of bad faith or if I didn't do a good enough job explaining.
I really am not. Yeah.
I'm not saying that any of the stuff happening around us isn't happening. I'm saying that the underlying causes are not the things which we argue theoretically they are, because really that's a belief. And if you believe that, then that's cool. That's your belief. I would just much rather like it if you conceded it to be a belief rather than a scientifically proven, theory that is somehow found in nature. This is not.
I might have been misguided. I actually completely agree with you. I don't know anything. These are all beliefs. I don't actually know that what I'm calling gravity is causing the 9.8. It might be another weird thing that just happens to be coinciding, right? I don't actually, quote unquote, know, right?
So you believe.
Also,
so you believe gravity to be causing this, right?
Marcus,
some people have headphones. Let's take it down a notch.
Yeah, it is.
You know what? I'll turn my mic on.
It's okay. I'm a little hot on my mic too.
So,
Marcus, you do.
No, but we shouldn't be.
Marcus, you're conflating like people that would use
Nivik, everybody, real quick. Let me ask a question to Marcus, real quick. Marcus, you do think that there are theories, models, we'll say models, that there are models in science that do help us predict future events such as weather and things like that, and also allow us to make technology in which we are using.
That's what I was going to ask.
Technology is not. Don't confuse technology with machines, which I've heard here earlier tonight multiple times as well. Don't confuse those two. Technology has nothing to do with the hands. It has to do with what you do with your hands, right? Techne is, or technology is the ology of techniques, right? The tactics of living. Just like as the psychology would be the ology of the psyche, right?
So we're using Aristotle's philosophy right now?
How so? Technologically?
You were referencing techne.
Yes, our techne are currently, we're in the machine age, I'd say, in the 21st century industrialized machine age.
So technology doesn't necessarily have to be machinery, I guess, but aren't we bioelectrochemical machines?
Bioelectric chemical machines. Theoretically, sure, just as much as a leopard or a lion or a dog or a cat would be.
Bioelectric chemical machines.
Yeah.
That's what we are. So, I mean, what is not mechanistic about the universe?
We're not a machine, no. And the universe itself is not a machine either.
I think this is the issue.
Where is the info that shows us that there are things that aren't mechanisms in the universe?
Well, I'm not saying that there's things that aren't mechanisms in the universe. I'm saying that without someone interpreting those mechanisms or identifying those mechanisms, we don't actually know that they even exist other than outside of our projection.
How can we know that? There's always been humans. Within recorded history. How can we know that?
Well, hold on. How like...
restate your question and I'll restate your question. I'll restate my answer. Go ahead.
Well, I'm quite lost here, to be honest, what you're asking for, because this is not my stance at all. You know,
okay. I'm quite lost with a lot of what you say as well, but I don't say anything about it because
you're a gentleman.
Crazy theories.
I don't know if that's what you should do. I mean, maybe we should ask questions when we are lost.
Right. I could repeat everything I just said, but I must say I get the impression that like people are consistently trying to misinterpret what I'm saying. Because I'm getting asked the same questions over and over and over again, which I've already answered.
Okay, I mean, I'm not.
I just believe your answers are correct.
Yeah,
I don't think we disagree a lot, Marcus.
In Marcus,
I think you just have a weird way of going about saying it.
Yeah, well, hold on, just real quick, Marcus. If you feel everybody's misunderstanding you, have you ever heard the saying like?
Not everybody's called. Just you, Thomas, Josh, Nivik, and Jay. That's all.
Okay. That's plenty. So have you ever heard the saying?
Hey, you said my name. We're friends.
Somebody calls me a horse, I'll punch him in the face. Somebody calls me a horse twice, I'll call him a jerk. Somebody calls me a horse 3 times. Well, it's probably time to get a saddle. Do you know what that phrase means?
Yep, sure.
Okay. So maybe it is that you need to reformulate what it is you're saying if you're having this much pushback by like people who are all pretty reasonable. Like we have.
It doesn't sound reasonable at all, to be honest. Because like I'm trying to be very reasonable in simplifying my beliefs. Again, I will try and simplify it even more. We've got stuff happening. We born, stuff happens, we die. That's what we know happens, right? The stuff that's happening, how do we determine what's going to happen? Well, we can believe something or we can know something. How do we know something versus how do we believe something, right?
Yes.
We can believe something by simply applying faith to that thing happening, or we can somehow, I use the scientific method as Aristotle intended, or some other way, deduce or deduct something happening, either in the future, currently, or whatever.
No,
right?
no.
Hold on, I'm not finished yet. If you want to understand, you're gonna let me finish, man. Seriously, because
Yeah,
like this is the fifth time I'm
please
repeating
finish,
myself,
please.
and my patience runs out. You see, at one
None
point,
of
it
us
became like,
understand.
Please
great.
finish. No, please finish, Marcus.
So my whole point here is again that by taking a phenomena which happens, right, and then saying, well, this happens because of God, or this happens because of gravity, or this happens because of any other metaphysical, like non-objective thing, is a belief. And the reason it's a belief is not because the phenomena that's occurring is not real. The phenomena very much is real. It can be mutually observed. But rather the state in which it's happening, or rather the context, right, as some put it, it's happening, is not objectively determined. By this, I mean the following. If you say stuff is falling down because of gravity, you're essentially scientifically saying nothing at all. Nothing at all. You'd be saying more if you just calculated, like, the velocity it's at which it's traveling, etc., and the force behind it, rather than saying, "Oh, it's gravity that's the underlying mechanism here." It's as much as a belief as me saying, "Well, what created the entire universe 2,000 years ago would be God." And it happened like it did in the Old Testament. Or it would be the same as me saying, well, 4,000 years ago, the old gods, they got together and they made a fire, right? And this was the Big Bang. And from it, all these planets were born. And from it, the solar system was born.
But you're
Now, hold on. I'm not finished yet. Please let me
Hold
clarify.
on.
For people that are so desperately trying to understand what I'm saying, which I'm doing such a bad job at explaining, you seem very eager to cut me off, Scott. What I'm trying to say here,
you just need to settle down, man. I mean, for
I'm
real.
very
he's really
I
trying
don't
to
think you are.
understand you.
You're being condescending and rude, and I think you should stop. But that's my opinion.
Yeah, it's adding up.
I guess I'll just mute myself then.
And
If I should
honestly, I
I
feel
can't
the
explain
frustration.
whatsoever. No, I'm not frustrated. I'm just done now, wasting my time.
Before, like me and you have talked before. Do you remember? Like we've talked on Discord many a time, right?
He's
about
left us.
Oswald Spengler and I've been down this road.
Yeah, he left. That's a shame.
So I'm just going to say this one more time, just for the fuck of it. We can't escape our phenomenological experience. We can't escape our senses, but there is a conceptual and there's a subjective and there's an objective. Because whether we're all seeing it through our senses, there's still something happening. Whether different context or whatever, we can all see the same thing, we can all measure the same thing, we can all experience the same thing, and then we can use that together to predict future events. Now, does that mean it's perfect or true or absolute, any of that? Not at fucking all. Zero. No certainty. If anybody shows me some certainty, I'll punch him in the fucking face. How's that sound? I just got frustrated because, yes, we were talking past each other. I don't think Marcus is an idiot. I think he's a very intelligent person. But when we start repeating ourselves a lot, we are just preaching. So,
and you can't be condescending to people. You just can't do it.
Yeah, the biggest part in the dialectic is we're trying to find the truth together. Now, I understand that I approach it academically, and it doesn't. Maybe all the shit that I've learned is horse shit. I can accept that, but I can't accept the fact that if I have a disease and I'm going to die, I'm going to a medical doctor. I can't escape that. So that was the whole point, the whole crux of all of is that it is useful to us pragmatically, and correspondently, we can tell what's going on through physics and science. So, but anyway, I'm going to take the next caller, and we can keep on going. Marcus, you are always welcome to call back in. I do not shun you, sir. I apologize if I got a little testy there. I get frustrated sometimes. Anyway, here we got Daniel coming in.
Also, Marcus, you can message me privately. Let's go.
Hey-o. What's up? I was trying to keep up, man, because that was a lot that was said just now. But I mean, I guess, I'm getting kind of familiar with you guys, so I'm starting to see y'all more often. But I don't really know, so I don't want to comment on the wrong thing. So can y'all just kind of give me a quick TikTok version on what the topic is?
I don't know if I could summarize it very well. I may have to give that to somebody else.
I mean, that was a lot of information, so I was just.
It was a lot. It was a lot. So I don't. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I kind of like to talk about things that really jump out to me the most, and there was some key words that I did pick up, and one of the statements that Marcus made was he compared us to apes and leopards, which I don't really see. I mean, of course, there are some similarities because, from my point of view, which, everybody that has a belief in one area is skeptical in another. So I'm just going to let everybody know right now that I'm Christian. And by saying that, I mean that,
Hey-o.
yeah, I think, I don't think that biological development can explain certain things that he was touching on. Whenever you see a leopard kill another leopard, you don't see them sit down and cry and feel convicted for murdering another species of that kind.
Yeah.
So I don't really see, and plus we're creative. Like there are things about us that make us completely different than other animals in the kingdom. I'm talking about, I mean, it's not just survival of the fittest. I mean, I think that some people in here are very familiar with the anatomy and the way it's constructed. And y'all were talking about mechanisms in the body, and y'all were talking about machinery and things like that.
Yeah, I was saying that we are bioelectric chemical machines, and he was saying, and so are leopards, and so are whatever else.
Well, and can you kind of break that down for me a little bit? Like, what exactly do you
So
mean?
So biologically, a lot of what happens in our body is electrochemical, which means that especially in our nervous system, electrical signals are sent out, and the chemicals that need to go to the certain places go to the certain places. And that's pretty much how our entire body operates in terms of cells. Is that there is electrical communication going from nerves to cells, and it gives them information, how to process and how to rejuvenate and how to not rejuvenate, but
Okay, but where you're
cell
okay,
genesis.
I've gathered enough information to be able to comment on what you said.
All
So you
right.
believe that there is more than just that. You believe that there is something that fires off in our bodies and in our brains or with our being that we can't explain scientifically.
There you go.
That might have not been exactly what I said, but that's a cool point. I mean, there might be something more to all of that than, we may be more than the sum of just our parts.
Yeah, are you talking about like the emergent properties of like consciousness?
Yeah.
Yes, that is one of the things that I am referring to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Remorse, conviction, things like that, guilt,
yeah,
things
emotions,
that
yeah.
other animals obviously do not experience.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen a cheetah exude guilt.
Right, that's what I'm getting at. That's why we are not the same as another cheetah because I mean we can actually sit there and I mean it's just there's just too much with our, and I will call it creation, as far as us. We were like whatever happened in the development of us, whether it was a creator or whether it just sprung up out of existence from whatever, I don't know. People have different definitions of nothing.
It's all right, dude.
But I mean, I just but if we are the creator of the Christian God, then it explains 100% why we're different than other species, because we were made in the likeness of his image, and his image is not an animal. His image can think and can process and can feel certain things that other species can't feel. See, other animals, and that's another thing that kind of bothered me a little bit, for somebody to compare us to other animals, because that's basically saying that we have no purpose.
But
like
Daniel,
we have no ending purpose, is what that means.
Daniel,
So Scott,
do you think like chimpanzees feel, right? So
I
like
do know that. Now, I'm not saying that they don't experience sadness, happiness, excitement. Those are emotions, and that's not exactly what I'm referring to. But yes, I do believe that they feel. I do believe that they establish relationships with one another. Yeah.
When also they understand a certain amount of actual like logic, right? So like chimpanzees have like the basic math skills of like a 3-year-old.
Okay.
That is correct as far as I've read.
So they have that really basic. They don't develop as much as we do. So we just have a much larger brain compared to the size of our body.
I think Daniel would say, from the Christian point of view, that animals do not have souls, right? Humans are different than animals because we're created in the image of God.
And you did point out something that I was actually thinking about as he was talking, and I was just thinking about the Hebrew Bible. And if you go back and read the Hebrew Bible, on all of the creation that they written down that was created had one mark called a yod on all of God's other creation. But whenever he created man, there was two of them. One represented the breath of life, and the other represented a soul. So that right there, that distinction right there, if you really believe in what you're seeing, that is, to you, that right there explains that there is something different. There was something added to us, and it separates us from all other animals. Now, I do understand what you're saying. Yeah, we are the most intellectual, but that doesn't mean we should be.
Yeah, this is sort of gets to where I was trying to go with Marcus. Like, every belief is not equal, right? So, like, just because somebody believes that a God does not mean it's the same. It's equal to the belief of gravity exists, right? These are two separate things.
Right. No, I get that. Well, I mean, you kind of reminded me of something you said previously, and I mean, well, he was saying a lot of things, but all I was kind of gathering.
He's conflating belief with where knowledge is acquired in information with science, as if it's the same thing.
Well, what I gathered from, basically, to sum up what he was saying, was there is no absolute truth. I mean, is that kind of where he was coming from?
Yeah, I mean, absolute truth, I don't even know what the hell that would look like. But truth is, as I talk about it in my epistemology series, truth is correspondence theory of truth, that which conforms or comports with reality. So I want to have my internal understanding in my mind match reality the best that I can.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's how I come to. Like, probably my number one method of how I come to truth, because I mean, it's like, I have no shame in saying that's how I have to learn things, because I have a ninth grade education level.
Dude, that don't matter at all, bro.
I know
you're doing fine.
Okay, well, great. Well, but I mean, that's why I tell y'all. Okay, y'all gotta come down and explain some of this stuff, because y'all, it sounds like y'all are in college or something, and I never made it there.
What do you think? What do you think information is? It represents. It's to represent something, right? It's to represent something. It's to define something, identify something.
And since you mentioned information, it kind of reminds me of a message, right? So if you're texting somebody and things like that, and there's two theories. There's, which no one ever visits, theory 2. But either somebody, some mind, some intelligent being is behind the phone typing the letters. The other theory would be that no one ever visits it because it doesn't sound like it makes any sense, but for some reason it's applied to the type of things that we're talking about. No one ever thinks that someone is texting them back randomly with their phone in their back pocket. So I'm kind of wondering.
I mean, I get that might be able to happen, but it would be such a low probability that they could make a coherent text from the back of their pocket.
Right, and responding in order and in response. Yeah, there's it's like where the possibilities.
Now there are bots that can act like people on your text, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about if you had numbers and your phone was in your back pocket and it didn't read what you previously like that, because that involves intelligence.
Let's let David say something real quick.
But I'm just going to put it to you like this: in order to make what you were saying, true, smartphone. I'm not talking about smartphone. I'm talking about numbers and randomism, like, so,
Okay.
but I
What?
mean, if we can't if that never even crosses our mind, then why would we think that we were randomly built the way we are whenever something as crazy as a pocket text being in perfect response is absurd, but that same absurdity is applied to the randomizing of our existence.
That's a deep one. I'd have to think about that for a minute. But let's let Nivik respond real quick if we don't mind.
Oh, thank you. What do you think a definition is? What do you think identifying something is about? It's about getting understanding, right?
Right. Yeah.
So why would you do that? Why would the human brain evolve to do that? It's to understand the
Are you
material world,
asking?
right? It's to get what something is and how it relates to you, and in a way that could be positive or negative. So you're
I'm not.
you have to yeah. I'm saying that it represents matter. The information represents the material world, and defining it is stating what it is in a way where everybody's on the same page in seeing that, where if it's about what you want to believe, then people couldn't communicate because everybody would look at something and think of it however they like to think of it, but that's not how reality works. It works in a way in where you're going to have to recognize and that address that recognition in order to survive. You can't just think, okay, I'm going to walk off the cliff and I believe I can fly, and I'm going to just
No, that's
go to
not.
the bottom of the
That's not.
Mariana Trench and swim with the fishes if
That's
you
not
want.
my ideology. But no, I don't
No, I'm
mean to
just
cut you off. But that's not.
the belief. You're
Oh, so
conflating.
you're
You're
just
conflating
expressing what
belief.
you.
You're conflating belief of a person that want to believe in a fairy with a belief
No,
in
you
science.
can't.
So
You
in where
can't compare.
information, in where
You can't.
people take information and they understand the reality.
Well,
I
Nivik,
don't. I
so
don't.
he's a
I don't.
Christian, so he would start with God as the ultimate authority for epistemology. So I don't think what you're saying is actually as accurate.
Otherwise, I mean, if you just wanted to believe what you wanted to believe, do what you want to do. What you want to do.
It's not
Whatever
that. It's
reality,
not that.
regardless of
That's
reality.
no, no, because that no, that's actually a fallacy. I don't practice fallacies. I don't believe what I want to believe.
Huh?
I search out for what's
Yeah,
there.
because you can.
Well, that's good.
So it's like this. This is what, and you
Because reality will
actually.
smack you in the face.
Niv, bud, you go ahead
Nivik,
and
No, no,
respond,
no.
man.
Okay,
You got
let
the
him
mic.
so
talk,
this,
Nivik.
you actually brought up my ending point, which was, if you know that an intelligent mind is behind the message, then you're aware that whenever we look around and we see things the way they are, that just like it didn't come out of just randomness, this is way more complex of what we're living in.
Is the
So
intelligent mind
if
you?
there's a creation, and as they were talking about the expansion of the universe, like, we have 5 very strong pieces of evidence to show that the universe had a beginning. And this goes right back to an uncaused first cause. You have to get to a transcendent cause. Nothing creates itself. So,
Daniel, I invited you to speak, brother. Accept that, and let me get this next caller in. But I'm gonna let you keep finishing your point. Go ahead and
okay,
finish your point, Daniel.
okay. So like I said, we are completely aware that behind every message is a mind, is a messenger. I mean, that's really, it's not really what you want to believe, because a lot of people don't want to believe that there is a God because they want to live how they want to and they don't want rules. But
Ew.
whenever you seek out and find the truth, then it's like,
I
what
can
makes
say that
the
about
most
you.
logical? What's that about
Yeah,
me?
well,
Scott, did you have
No,
something?
I can make that
I
assumption
was
about
going to
you
say,
as well.
But
No, I'm asking
there'd be
what you're
no
referring to.
foundational grounding for that.
Hang on,
No, I
hang on
don't
a second,
know
Josh.
if it
I
comes
want to hear
what he says really come from God or it's coming from him. I'm not 100% to be certain about that.
Well, that's
Oh, Daniel, I'll let you respond in 2 seconds. I swear. Let's get Scott in real quick.
okay.
yeah, Daniel, this is sort of the problem. Like, no matter what system you take, you're always going to get back to the cause, right? The first cause. Now that cause
The
can
uncaused cause.
either be the universe, that the universe just is. That's the thing that we're just going to accept as just is, or you say it's God. Now God is a thing in and of itself, right? So there would have to be a cause for that, and a cause for that. So eventually, at one point, no matter what you do, you just have to say, okay, this is the ending point. And to me, the only difference is people who are like naturalists just say, okay, the ending point is the universe. And then people who are religious say, no, God made the universe. So they're just adding that extra step of saying, well, God did it. Right?
Technically, it is just an
Well,
extra
I mean, and
justification. So
it's just like you said that to me about how you could say, well, I could say that those that don't believe in God claim nature did it.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
if the universe had a beginning and time, space, and matter all came into the existence at the same time simultaneously, then there were no such thing as natural laws. So nature
that's
couldn't have
what we
done it.
know so far. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's yeah.
Yeah, and that's
So I
the
mean,
mind
because
fuck of it, right? Like no matter where you go to, you just have to accept this one thing. Now, I'm willing to accept this one thing of just saying, okay, that's just the universe. That's how it is. I
Why
would need
is there no
more
such thing
evidence
as natural law?
to say no.
but
What
see, this is the
I'd need
thing.
more evidence to say that there was something that put that into place, right?
I,
So
I think I think it's more rational to believe that it's a possibility for there to be an intelligent creator God and a mind behind it all than
yeah.
to just dismiss it completely.
No,
Because a lot
I
of
will
us
say
have.
that I will say there is a possibility. I've just seen no evidence, so I have no good reason to believe
Well,
it.
and
Right?
I mean, the evidence is a very broad word because there's like 21 different types of evidence, and it depends on what exactly you're talking about. But
Yeah.
There
as
are
I was,
many types of evidence. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
There's
but yeah, it
circumstantial
depends.
evidence. There's
Right.
Well,
Yeah. So,
it could be possible
but
that I get a blowjob from Carmen Electra tomorrow,
but
right?
one of the pieces, one
but
of the
what's the
pieces of
possibility?
evidence though is DNA, which goes right back to a message. Which what did we talk about previously? What does every message come from? So
DNA
why
is not a code in terms of it transmit information to another information, to an agent to another agent. It's not a code like that. It's analogous to a code because of the way that the double helix is arranged, but the helixes aren't sending information to each other and communicating. So it's only a code by analogy. It's only information by analogy. Do you see what I mean?
Danny, the
I
issue
understand
is
what you're
presuppositional
saying.
here, man. It really is for these guys. Like they don't. There's very little justification for how they can know what they know.
Oh, there's tons of it.
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I
we
get
There's
that.
very
believe
little
all the
for you to
exact
know what
same
you.
justification. Yeah.
I'm listening.
But see, one of the things that the previous caller had mentioned was about faith, and I think that he didn't really know what faith was because faith. Correct me if I don't say this right, Josh. Well,
Sure.
actually, I'm gonna go ahead and say it
Do it.
the way it's supposed to be said.
I have faith in you. Nailed it.
It's now faith is the substance of things hoped for, but the evidence of things not seen. For
Yep.
example,
Yep.
we all have faith in something. We all
Yep.
we all hope for something, but we can't see what we're hoping for.
Sure.
And
Gravity.
as for a creationist, it's we're hoping that there is a God that did create the universe that does love us And so, of course, we're going to cling to that point of view. However, you have an opposition. Of course, by free will, you can choose to just completely reject the idea and say, well, that that's not what I want to believe. So, but it's like this. You have to kind of look at it from two different perspectives because I personally, as a Christian, I don't deny microevolution because, I mean, that's observational science. You can see creatures.
So the only difference between micro and macroevolution is time.
I don't believe that. You know why? Because I thought about this one time. If I throw red, white, and blue confetti out of an airplane, do you think it'll form a flag by the time it hits the ground?
That's not how evolution works at all, my brother.
No, but it's randomizing is what it is. Evolution
There's nothing random. The natural selection is a very non-randomized process. There are mutations that can be seen as random, but natural selection is a very orderly process.
Yeah, and we know it's true.
But see, this is the thing: is that you cannot have random order. There's no such thing as random order.
It seems like an oxymoron, doesn't it?
It is.
Yeah, Daniel, like the basics of the genetics is like we understand it, we know it to be true, right? So before you had natural selection, you had unnatural selection. Now this comes from a long history of picking out the specific seeds and growing plants in a specific way, where humans manipulated the genes of plants, of animals throughout the ages. Like the dogs that we have now are dogs because of the way that we bred them. So that then we have
selective breeding.
The idea of selective breeding, and then natural selection was just the observation. It was like, oh, okay, here's what's happening over a long period of time. Is people are interacting randomly, and we're getting this output of these genes afterwards, right? So the genes are changing over a long period of time,
right? And that
you can have random order. You can have random order.
I don't believe that because
you don't want to hear it though.
No, because that doesn't even make sense. Okay, if
ask
there
me.
is no God in the universe,
so?
Wait, no, because not only do you have to
your mind's already made up. You're not even interested.
Classic
No, because I'm asking questions because I don't mind being open-minded.
You didn't even say how so.
I'm going to ask you questions about what you're telling me, and we're going to see what makes the most sense. Because, like I said, I didn't get I mean, what I know is the best way that I can communicate is logic. Like, I mean, I know that I'm not dumb in that area. So we'll just communicate that.
I don't think you're dumb at all, Daniel.
And don't let Nivet get you spun up.
I'm not calling you that.
No, I don't think you are. But what I'm saying is that I can't use like what they're. I can't. All I have to offer is what makes the most sense. What makes the most logical sense. And then, if you use classical philosophy, it's evidence, logic, and science. Well, those are the things that I used to figure this out. It wasn't like God is real because I want him to be. It's because, okay, let's see if God is really real. What do we have? Well, we have the creation of the universe or the existence. How about this? The existence of the universe. We have the anthropic constants that make life even possible. So for life to even be able to begin, the universe would first have to be in order. The axes would have to be right. The gravitational pull would have to be right. The gases would have to be right. Everything would have to be the way it is for life to be here. Now you have to start evolution randomly.
That's called the anthropic principle, by the way, for anybody in the audience that wants to know.
Well, yeah, it's the anthropic. Yeah, you're right. It is. That's the main phrase for it. I use the term anthropic constant.
Oh, you're good, bro. Yeah. I'm just letting the audience know.
Yeah, well, I mean, and there's over 100 of those. That if they were off even just a little bit, life would not be possible on Earth.
Well, not our life. Maybe some other type of life, but not necessarily humans, right?
Right, but that would beg the question, too, is that why is this the only planet with life?
So far.
Yeah, so far. But how do you know, based off of observational science, that the universe was fathomed for life on this planet?
What is considered the norm can break down by the environment changing of what was order, it is no longer that.
He's
Because
talking about
that
the random
what?
order, Daniel.
The random. What do you mean?
I'm saying like how random, how chaos and order, they're both mutually complementing,
Cause this.
and where you the environment does change, the environment doesn't stay to change or stay the same over time, and what is considered the norm could no longer be the norm, and then has to change and break
Okay.
in breaking down, and
Okay.
in order to adapt.
Can I ask you something real quick? Do you believe in the Big Bang?
I was trying to go to random order thing, but okay, okay, Big
No,
Bang.
I mean this is part of that. Do you believe in the Big Bang?
I don't know, maybe. I'm not sure about the Big Bang.
Do you think it's the best model that we have to understand the beginning of the universe, Nivik?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
far, right?
Good. All right. So, do you believe that with it being called the Big Bang, it was like an explosion?
An explosion.
Yeah. Do you think that's what it was?
Well, that's what it means, doesn't it?
No.
Okay. So
That
my
No,
question is
that's
this.
not.
So
yeah.
my question is this: how does a random explosion
It's not an
explain?
explosion. It's an expansion from
Okay,
all directions in space.
that's what I was seeing. I was actually saying what Ollie knew. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
this is
You were asking Nivik. I didn't mean to jump in there.
oh no. Yeah, well, I was asking him, but this is the thing. We have an expansion. Okay, something happened, something somewhere, and caused this expansion. Now, whenever
Well,
that
how do we know it's
usual,
a who? I don't mean to interrupt you so much, but
I didn't say who. I
okay,
said something.
okay.
Yeah, because I don't look at it as like because there was a long period of time in my life where I just stuck out for truth because I really wanted to know. I wasn't just following on the bandwagon fallacy anymore,
That's good.
where it's like everybody says it, so it must be true, because
Yeah.
that's false. So, but my question was, whatever happened, there would have to be so many things explained for how it happened and how it came to be. Because in the time of it happening, there were things that were done, such as like, okay, I'm gonna give you an example: the conservation of angular momentum.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
quickly
If
explain the
everything's
random. I just wanted to quickly explain the random order thing, and where what was considered not order, by the changing of the environment, it ends up becoming the natural, and random. So random and order back and forth.
We're losing you, Nivik.
well, I just don't understand how something happening randomly created random circumstances for random life to
What do
occur
you think is random about the universe?
I'm
Real
and
quick, Nivik.
reproduce
Real quick. What's that, Daniel?
and reproduce.
I'm saying random and
I
they're
mean,
both the
because
same thing. What is random can become order, and what was order could break down
but see, you only have a certain amount of times for things to go into order before there can't be life on Earth. So there's a short window for there to be life, and it's not long. It's less than 1,000,000 years. So in order for that randomizing to happen, I believe the probability is so low that by the time it were to, even if it ever were to happen, the chance for life wouldn't be no more, because the universe is expanding.
order can be chaos, because order can not potentially adapt, and then by the change of the environment, in where if you don't change that order that you're trying to maintain, um, it be, it be, it becomes chaos.
Right. And when has chaos ever produced order is my question.
Not never.
I mean, when has
They're both they're
randomizing
both
ever
they're
made?
both one and they're both one and the same, because what you have of order, the environment changes, and it's no longer order. You have to change.
What?
We're getting a little
It's weird though,
paradoxical
man,
here.
because whenever things like
Come
this
on,
are
man.
being said to me, I'm going to tell you what my vision is right now of what you're saying. You're telling me that if I go and get a 5-gallon bucket and slam it on the ground in the middle of a room, it'll just place itself perfectly on the walls one day. If I do that enough times, that will never happen. There are
How can you say never though? How can you say never? You know what I
okay,
mean? Like,
well, okay,
you know what
well,
I'm
okay.
saying? You know what I'm saying,
There's
man?
no, it will never fall perfectly the way it is unless somebody applies it that way.
Well, can
It
it
would
do
just,
it the second time? Can it fall a second time the exact same way?
oh, I don't know. No, because we're randomizing. That would be order. That would
Well,
mean that
there's an
I
order to
meant
it.
to
What
drop it the same way.
physics? Real quick, physics are acting on the first and the second drop, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
So
if we
that
try
means
to
that we
maintain a
could
norm to an
potentially
element that
calculate.
is
Hang
changing,
on, Nivik.
But
That means that we could potentially
when,
calculate that, right, Daniel?
Yes.
whenever that's including other natural laws. So you can't just say this natural law will do the same thing every time. Well, yeah, it can. But whenever there's an abruption in that law, it causes more laws.
Okay, so
Like, more
what do you
laws
mean by
come in
that?
effect. More laws come in effect. Well, if you have something in the air and you're holding it, whenever you let go, gravity is in effect. I mean, gravity's in effect the whole time. But whenever it hits the
Yeah,
ground, what is it? What is Newton's law? Every action has a equal and opposite
equal
reaction.
and opposite reaction. Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe that things change in the process of all that happening? There has to be like natural laws that apply once it's done different ways
Yes.
because
Well,
it is.
hell, dude. I mean, there may be natural laws that we don't know about that apply. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
mean,
I understand what you mean.
I would
I'm
call
trying to
those,
explain that to
I would
you.
call those
Hey,
supernatural laws.
hey, hey, real quick, let's let Nivik jump in here before he explodes. Okay, Daniel.
Okay, all right.
That's okay, Daniel. You're good. Come on, Niv. Let's go.
No, I'm just saying what is considered order at a particular time. The environment changes, and that order can that you're going to have to change in order to adapt. And what was once considered random becomes order based on the change of the environment. So random and order, they're kind of the same thing
I think I know.
because it's all relative. Things are all relative
I
and
think I get where you're
in
coming
potential.
from, but I wouldn't imagine
What you
random.
this okay, let's put it this way. What you see here on planet Earth to an alien species, this might look like hell. This might look like chaos. This might
That's
look like
assuming. That's
no, no,
assuming
no,
that
no, no.
there
I'm
are.
trying to
Okay, all
okay,
right,
okay,
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 I
okay.
get it.
But I'm just saying, like, look, okay, let's say you had this alien planet and where all of the aliens, they were molten lava and they lived in and they were made of metal and they lived within the lava of the planet. Looking at Earth would look like hell. It's not hot and it's there's no way it could sustain life. It would, like, if they look at that, they would like, oh my God, look at that planet, it's death. But to us, looking at their planet, it would be like, oh my God, it's of lava, it's death.
Yeah, some
Okay,
alien life could look at our
let me
planet and.
comment on that.
Oh yeah, go ahead,
Can I
Daniel. I'm
just
sorry.
really quick? I
Yeah.
believe that if there were two different planets and one was looking at a randomized planet and the other one was in creative order, then the one that you're talking about would be looking at us going, "Oh my gosh, how is there so much order in life?"
Yes.
Because chaos has never
Order.
randomizing anything has never produced order. Now, if I were looking at another planet, I would think that the boiling lava would be out of order because we're walking around with grass and trees and wind and stuff like that. And, that to me was, I mean, we have seasons, we have days, we're actually set on a calendar to where it's like, it's almost like God made it that way. I mean, in my opinion,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
almost like
Yes.
let me rephrase that. It's almost like it was made that way. We have physicists saying that It just like they all come to the conclusion with the teleological
Marcus,
argument.
this order that you call.
That's not Marcus.
I'm
No,
sorry about that.
that's,
No,
yeah.
Daniel, this order that you call is chaos because 99.9% of the species died, right, on the planet.
But
Yeah,
not
but
even
that
that.
doesn't mean that it's not. That doesn't mean that that's not order.
Yeah, but
Because how do
hold
you
on.
know that those species wasn't meant to die?
Yeah, but hold on. Let's sort of get into the meat and bones of what you're saying, right? So you're saying like on this planet we have like seasons, but like I don't even think that's where you're going initially. I think this conversation got derailed a little bit. I think initially, maybe if
Probably, it
I'm
always
wrong,
happens.
maybe if I'm wrong, you're going the route of no matter how far we break things down, it comes to a point where we just don't know, right?
Well, yeah, I think that's with everything.
Exactly.
I think in all actuality, um, like obviously, I mean, and I'm trying to think of it as I'm really doing my best to think of it as an unbeliever point of view. Okay,
I appreciate
if
that.
yeah, well, I mean, because okay, can you repeat that question real quick?
Yeah, so let me sort of tell you where I'm going with this. To me, I was listening to you, and it sort of sounded like where you're going down the line, where no matter how far we break things down, we get to a point where we don't know whether we have to go back to the self cause, right? No matter what we do, we're in a position where we can't have a surety about anything. So in that void, if you will, that's where you say God is. To me, and I think most believers, we all just get to the point where we say we don't know what that is. And I
No,
guess
I don't think that's God of the gaps fallacy, though. That's not what I'm doing.
no, it's not God of the gaps because there's no gap. I'm not saying like a gap in knowledge
Well,
is
I
going to
mean,
fill
some
in the
people use
space
the
of God.
term as in there's a gap and you fill it with God. Like some people
Yeah,
use
Yeah, that
that
is a fallacy,
terminology.
but Scott's not saying that you're doing that one. Go ahead,
yeah.
Scott, real quick.
Okay. Continue, please. Then I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm more going down the road of like no matter how far you break things down, we get to a point where we don't know, right?
Yeah,
So
that would be faith.
yeah.
All of us have to accept that we all have faith, whether it's in the Creator or in random selection.
Exactly. Well, like so, this is the difference that I see between like people who believe in God and people who don't. So people who don't believe in God just get to that point and say, "Okay, I don't know." And then people who do believe in God get to that point and say, "I don't know, therefore it must be God." Right?
Well, I don't think it's that. I think Christians do look at. I mean, I can't speak for all Christians, but I can speak for myself. And the way I see it is whenever I get to a point to where it's like now we're at a halt.
Yep.
Now we had to get to an end, right? We had to get to a point to where it's like, okay, we can go back no further. So then that's whenever we say, what information did we gather and what makes the most sense? It's not, now I'm going to tell you this. Uh, I, as a Christian, am not trying to explain away microevolution just because it's evolution. You will run into many Christians that will deny microevolution just because
You mean
my
macro?
no yeah no micro no I mean
Oh,
micro.
okay. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I
no,
thought it was the other way
yeah,
around. I'm
they'll
sorry.
deny. No, they'll deny adaptation. See, I don't necessarily agree with macro evolution, but I do agree with micro. But I don't think that micro is evidence for macro. But that's a whole nother topic. But I
That's
mean,
okay.
yeah, but I believe that we all have to come to a point, and that's where faith is invested. It's like, do I believe
Yeah.
this or do I believe this? See, this is one of the things that Frank Turk says, and it makes perfect sense. Science doesn't say anything. Scientists do. And the thing about bad science is
What?
bad philosophy because
So,
science is built on philosophy.
it is, but science is our models. You're correct. Science does exist in all of our heads collectively. It's not like science is a thing out there that we can touch. You know what I mean? I understand that. But those scientific models are still extremely useful, and the way that we get to these is, of course, by limiting our cognitive biases, watching our fallacies, doing the correct observations, being as unbiased as we can, right? In the best ways that's possible.
Yeah, and
Right,
repeatability
and see,
of outcomes.
yeah, and after looking at cosmology and astronomy and biology and everything else, out of all this information gathered, once we're at the point of the beginning and we don't have any more information.
Yep.
So now that we do have this, it's like, what do we know about it? So that's whenever I started studying about the human eye and the stomach and how it digests and how life is developed in a human body, and how, matter of fact, I just had a son like last month.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. I was waiting on somebody to say that. I was waiting to say thank you. Thank you. I'm so
You're
proud.
welcome, man.
But man, look, I'm gonna tell you what, he got sick, bro, and my wife's breast milk changed to fit the antidote for his sickness. For his sickness. It was yeah, and she looked it up, and it said that it has been medically proven that the woman will adapt to the child to help them survive. And it's like, I mean, whenever you start looking at what information you have gathered and you really start thinking about, now, how did this just come to be?
Yes.
Like, how did this just happen? Like, just an eye being developed, I just can't make sense on how it wasn't put together somehow by something. Because it just doesn't make sense to me that even an eyeball can be randomized and put together the way it is, much less a whole anatomy.
That's sort of the beauty of the scientific method, though, right, Daniel? So in that situation, people would look at that and be like, "Well, how did this come to be?" And instead of just like coming to the conclusion that it's God, and then the search stops there, right, if you will, they actually dig deeper into it, and they by try to figure out, okay, well, why is this the case? Why does a woman why does her breast milk change to support the baby when the baby's having this kind of thing? To me, there are benefits to actually having that understanding, as opposed to just getting to the point and saying, okay,
but all the explanations are going to be about how things operate in our body.
Yes.
It's not gonna talk about exactly how they were developed to be that way. It might talk about the functions.
Yeah.
But
it's Poseidon and Thor is how that came to be.
Oh.
But I'm just saying that I can understand if we were talking about like a baseball field and
Daniel, real quick, can I ask you this? Could you be wrong about your starting point for knowledge? Faith.
Now what? No, because my starting point for knowledge wasn't faith.
I'm sorry. I thought you said that the Hebrews 11:1 passage.
I did.
So faith is the evidence of things unseen, right?
Yeah, but faith is not what brought me to believe. Doubt is what brought me to believe.
So faith is not faith is more like confidence then?
Faith is what I acquired once I came to the conclusion that I no longer doubted anymore.
Well, that sounds like God of the gaps right there.
No, this is the thing. That I doubted God before. It's not that I doubted everything else. I doubted God. God was on trial for me.
Okay.
And then once I gathered the information, I had to, it's like I came to the conclusion. It was like, and it's just like everybody else. This is where faith comes in. Where are you going to invest your faith? Because somebody invested it somewhere. Everybody did. So
why do we have to stop asking questions? Why do we have to settle on some absolute thing? Why can't we just keep asking questions and learning more things?
Look, finding out that there was a God gave me more questions than I had before. I thought he wasn't one.
Well, I can imagine.
Yeah, because there's so much. But I'm going to tell you that it did feel like a moment where I was like, I finally felt as though I came to the truth. Now I'm not saying that feelings is valid, but
Yeah.
I'm saying that once it's like, that aha moment, it's like, wow, man, you know what?
Like an
I think that
epiphany?
this might, yeah, like I think that this might be true. Like I think that there actually might be a
Well,
God. And then like the evidence didn't me gathering the evidence of cosmology and astronomy
Thomas,
it didn't stop there. Like I started gathering
hang
stuff
on
from
one second, Niven.
okay.
I wanted
Oh,
to
from
answer
No,
your
no,
like
no. I'm sorry,
question.
Daniel. I wanted to hear the end of your thought, but I also wanted to let Nivik get into.
No, I
no,
wanted to go
and
to.
then no, go ahead. I'm done.
Yeah, I wanted to go
You're
down
good, Daniel.
your line of questioning on why what could why would a person possibly be like that? In where is it that a person seek answers? That's a natural human trait, or a person is more leaning towards their biases, and they don't like the idea of explanations because explanations could potentially go against the comfort and the things at the things that they're biased to, and it's better to not know and have the luxury of believing what you want
No,
and, towards your bias.
no that is bias. That's not what I'm doing. That's what is it? Appeal to ignorance? No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm
No, no,
not
no, no,
saying
no, no, no.
okay.
I'm not saying you. I was answering Tom's question.
Yeah, he's talking about the royal you, the everybody you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So I mean, like sometimes a person could seek comfort in what they want to think because what they think might be important to them. You know what I
well,
mean?
in Christianity, that's
Culturally.
called idolatry. I mean, you can make anything your God, but that doesn't mean it's an actual God. I made
No,
my
I'm just
ex-wife
saying
my
people
God.
naturally have biases. Is all I'm saying.
No, I know. Everybody does. Everybody
Exactly.
yeah, everybody that's that believes in one area is skeptical in another. So that's why I announced that I was a Christian first, just so y'all recognize my bias. But
No,
I
it's
don't
fine.
use
You
that.
you seem to understand logical fallacies and cognitive biases quite well, so I trust that you're being a critical thinker. I just think you need to look more into certain things that refute the ideas. Like there's a website called Talk Origins that answer a lot of these things about evolution and the Bible and all that fitting together. It also mentions the anthropic principle and all the arguments for God's existence, like the transcendental arguments, the ontological arguments, the teleological arguments, the contingency arguments. All the different arguments for God are on that website, and a lot of the other websites, like apologetics websites, will tell you that kind of stuff too.
And
Right.
truth can be
Okay.
bad, and
Well,
where it can go against a
it
person's
doesn't.
agenda.
It doesn't matter what truth you tell. You're always
Okay.
going to have an opposing truth. It doesn't. I mean, that's always going to happen. You're always going to have somebody saying it's a lie.
So
I
Thomas,
mean, this is the way I feel about it. But I can't just take. I mean, I'm not saying I won't look at it. If you send the link, I'll definitely check it out. But I want to know how many people are saying this versus how many people are saying what I'm
Most
saying.
of science, and I'm going to get your question in just a second, Nivik. Most of science has come to, so there are certain organizations that are Christian organizations like the Templeton Foundation and other places that are working very closely with apologetics and the seminary schools and all these to fight against all of these people who would attack the logical fallaciousness or not fallaciousness of their religion. You see what I'm saying? So,
I'm trying to. I'm trying to
yeah, I
see
was trying
what.
to finish that thought, but I lost it. I'm sorry. Do
Oh
you
no,
mind if
it's
I take
good.
Nivik's question real quick, and then I'll jump right back to you? Just hold that thought.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, man. What's up, Niv?
yeah, I was just saying like a person, a truth can go against a person's agenda potentially too, and truth can go against a bias comfort, and people can
Yes.
be torn between wanting answers and seeking understanding to get comfort there, or just like the idea of not knowing, where we give justification of coming up with any type of other type of belief that that might suit the person's interests. And
see, that would fit my situation if I didn't have a spiritual experience first, which is what I usually don't mention because people don't take it as under consideration at all.
I got you, brother. Let Nivik finish it.
I
Just
thought
real
he was
quick. Let
done.
it.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Nivik, he makes pauses sometimes, and sometimes it sounds like he's done, but he's just getting his thoughts together. So go ahead, Niv.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like you're asking, like, what could be the factors in what would make a person believe or not believe in God, and the person will say, well, it's because I seek answers, and that might not be the case. It might be because a person wants to interpret things a way that's comfortable to them potentially. I'm not saying that is the thing. I'm just listing to put, like, you know what I'm saying.
I know you're not talking about Daniel. I understand that.
And I'm saying, like, or a person could have an agenda. You know what I mean? Because people use religion for their agenda, and certain truth might not be advantage to the agenda. So it's like it might be like a calculating benefit to this, to be deceitful.
Some hedonistic calculus, as Travis likes to say.
Yeah, and so it's kind of like, how do you ask that question to? How would you necessarily know what's in that person's mind? You get what I'm saying? You can have these factors. Well, that's the thing, and that's how come it's kind of like you would want something to show, right?
I don't really feel like that's what it is, Nivik. I think that I understand what you're asking, but I don't think that's what it is. I don't think that it came to the point to where it's like, okay, I have to have an answer. It was like,
no, I didn't. No. I didn't say that. I said you don't want an answer, and you want to and you seek comfort in current in the vagueness, because sometimes sometimes certain truth can scare a person, and they don't necessarily want to. So sometimes a person can seek more comfort in ignorance than truth.
I get what you're saying, but I'm still thinking it as spiritual terms. I mean, I do hear things like, I mean, I hear things I hear things spiritually. Well, as they're being spoken to me in the physical. But what you're saying is that basically you come to the, I mean, I'm asking you this, so this is a question. I'm not stating that this is what you're saying. I'm asking, that you feel like one of the reasons why people lean toward a Christian God is for comfort.
Not necessarily. I'm just talking about human nature in general.
Because I'm gonna, whenever you say a certain thing, I'm gonna.
Hang on, Daniel. Nivik's breaking up real bad. Let's get him back in here real quick. Nivik, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hang on. It's still breaking up just a little bit, Nivik. Hold on, Daniel. 1 second, buddy.
Okay.
It's okay. I'm just trying to get everything back. Yes, I hear you now, Nivik. Yes.
No, I'm just saying, like, sometimes a person fears the truth because of how it might define them, and if it might define you a certain way, then you wouldn't want to seek information. And
Daniel, does your belief in God define you?
I think that my belief in God exposes my purpose on the three questions on how we get here, why are we here, and where are we going.
Yeah, the big three. I got you. So,
Yeah,
Nivik, is that what you were trying to ask?
Oh, okay.
Or did I get that wrong?
Yeah,
no, I was just trying to help the conversation.
I
wasn't trying to interrupt you.
No, you actually helped because I was really wanting to.
I seek information to define to information like truth and knowledge in understanding the world as much as possible is what defines me, because I want to understand myself as much as possible. So
okay, can I
want to get what happened. I want to get my past. I want to, in order to understand my present, to understand what might potentially be of the future as much as possible. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And where I'm in the middle of things, where I'm at in the universe, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So
let's try to real quick, Nivik. Hold that thought. Let's try to give each other about 30 seconds to a minute to respond. Go ahead, Nivik.
Sometimes the person doing that, they might not like the answer and of truth, and just might seek comfort in seeing things through an interpreted way that suits them. Because I mean, I don't necessarily know if it's coming from God or it's coming from the person, and where things are just interpreted the way they want for their luxury, so that's towards their confirmation biases. Okay.
Oh, we lost him, Nivik. Oh, there he is. He's coming back. Give him a second.
Sorry, y'all. I wanted to pull my phone out of my back pocket and I accidentally hung up.
That's okay.
No, there was. I still have my thoughts though on what Nivik was saying, and look, man. I appreciate the approach you're taking. You're not being dogmatic or anything. I appreciate questions. But one thing that I want to bring to you to my reality and let you know that Christianity is everything but comfortable. Most of the time, it's painful. Like, it is hard to love your enemy. It is hard to pray for those who persecute you. It is hard to go to God and ask him to show you what is wrong with you and ask him to help you fix it and go through whatever fire it takes to purify you. That is hard. That is hard because you have to go through certain situations. It's like going to the gym. There is certain pain that you have to endure to get stronger.
I kind of felt like I did that through psychological means. You know, I'm an agnostic atheist, and I don't. I try to love everyone, even I don't have any enemies, but if I did, I would try to love them as well. But I mean, there are many things that I do that the Bible teaches that I never got from the Bible.
Yeah,
so,
you know why?
You know, why is that?
Why?
Because of Romans, where it's written on my heart.
That's one reason. But the other one,
dropped out.
Very good. But the other one is because you have a conscience, which is another thing that goes back to how do we have a conscience?
That is a good question. I would like to know how we have a conscience, but can I really quick, and then I'm gonna let Nivik go after this. But Honenheim's been waiting a while to ask a question, and I think it's to you, Daniel. So let's get Honenheim in here real quick.
Okay.
Honenheim, you with us? Hello.
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Nivik's chomping at the bit, so ask your questions, my friend.
Okay, I'll be as quick as I can then. So, Daniel, do you believe your God is omnipowerful?
Yes.
Do you believe in free will?
Yes.
Do you believe when God created the universe, he knew the full implications, had the power to create it any way he wanted?
Yes.
Do you see the contradiction?
No.
Okay. Next question.
No, go ahead and explain it.
He likes to get these out of the way.
No. Okay. Go ahead.
You can listen back if you want. I typed it in the comments. You can read it. If you don't get the contradiction, I won't waste my time.
No, it's not a contradiction.
Next question is
because it's not a contradiction. It's not. Because you're asking me if an all-powerful, all-knowing God would have created a different universe and differently, because if he was all-powerful and all-knowing, then he would know of the evil in it, right? I'm familiar with this argument. So no, yeah,
Well,
there's not a
doesn't
contradiction. You're kind of
doesn't
tripping
seem like it.
yourself
So I'll just
up.
go on to the next. Yeah, sure. You can just listen back. I got my answer for that question. So, next question is: does God need to be all powerful to be God?
I think him being all-powerful makes him God.
So, if he's not all powerful at any point, is he no longer God?
What do you mean by God? Do you mean like is his name God? He is still an all-powerful being. God is a title.
Yeah. So, if he's no longer all powerful, is he no longer God?
Yes. Why would someone
Okay.
that is less powerful than all powerful be God?
Daniel, can
Okay,
he
so
make
when
himself
he's
not all powerful?
I don't know. I'm not God.
I don't either. I was just asking.
No, that's a good question. I don't know that answer.
Okay. Go ahead,
so
Hananai.
if Daniel, if I was to say that God is less than the angels, would I be right there in saying that he's less than the angels, less than God? Angels less than God?
Angels are less than God. It
Thank you.
says that.
Okay. I'm done. Thanks, Thomas.
He got his answers. He's been asking that to a lot of Christians, Daniel, and he hasn't. He never gets terribly satisfying answers. So I hope he got what he was looking for that time.
I hope he
But
did, man, because I felt like
yeah.
I didn't
really
get.
hope that
It wasn't answered, but I got my answer.
What
I
is your
got
actual
Daniel's
question?
answer. That's what I got.
What is your
It's all
actual
right.
question? Is it an ultimate question? Like, what's the finale? I mean, was that just
Well, the
okay?
idea,
Survey.
if I may steal man Honenheim real quick, Daniel, the idea is that if God knows everything and he predestined everyone to already be the way that they are and everything turned out the way that it was, then he's responsible for all of our mistakes and our good things. He's responsible for everything.
No,
So
because
we
that
don't
would
have
take a
we don't have
no.
any. Hang on. We don't have anything such as free will in this model because it's self-contradictory. There is a paradox there that needs to be resolved.
Okay, so can he come back? Is he still on?
Yes, he's still here.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
I don't know if he's still on the phone with us. Let me see. Honenheim, you still with us? Do you want to answer another question or?
Oh, I love answering questions. I'm always here to answer a question. Happy, go
Okay,
ahead.
because it's my turn.
I'm
It's
just
my
doing
turn.
stuff.
All right.
I'm happy. Ask away. I'm not afraid of
Hold on,
questions.
let me get my pen
Unlike
and
most
pad
Christians.
out. Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Pen and paper.
You said you like most Christians. Okay, well I
Hey,
don't need my pen and paper though.
hey, Daniel,
I like.
Honenheim is a principal, so he has to deal with kids and all this kind of stuff all the time. So he knows how
So
to
he's
teach.
good. He's good with me. I'm good then, huh?
I
I
love
do have a
questions.
question for you, Hodenheim, after.
Questions help you.
So I have a question.
Learn. So.
Okay. And in reference to your questions, okay, I actually have a couple of questions, but it's going to lead up to one, like the finale question. But I don't really know if it's going to be as grand as what I'm saying. So,
Terrific. Go for it.
one is, who do you know loves you the most in this world?
Do I know my mother?
Okay, your mother. All right. If you gave your mother a knife and told her to stab you, would she do it?
I hope not.
God, I sure hope not.
Okay.
I sure hope not.
What are the chances that she would stab you right then and there?
I don't know. You're given a hypothetical situation. You'd have to then define the situation.
Asking you, like, if you were to give the person that you know loves you the most in this world a knife and told them to stab you, would they do it?
Well, hopefully not. As I said, second class.
Okay, but you're by you saying hopefully, it's like you don't know if your mom would stab you or not.
I'm not a mind reader, not a psychic, not a future foreteller.
I'm not playing mind games. I'm asking you a question.
He's talking about reading his mother's mind, Daniel. He's talking about reading his mother's mind.
Do you know your mother well enough to know what decisions she might make?
Most of the time, I would.
So does that take
assume...
away? Okay, so this is the ultimate question. does that, just because you know what she may or may not do, does that take away her free will to do it?
Now, Daniel, did I create my mother with the
That's
full
not the
knowledge of?
question. That's not the question.
That's what you're. That's
No,
what you're
because
implying.
okay,
Don't try and
all
deny
right.
that.
I'll use that again. I mean, you're really not helping right now.
It's all right.
If,
Just try to get back to the dialectic, Daniel. It's okay. Just go with your
so
thoughts, brother.
if now we're talking about if you created, okay, so your mom created you, so it might make more sense that your mom actually knows you better than you know her, because you were too young for a little while to really know anything. So I think that with her
possible.
knowing you, I'm telling you that we're trying to compare an almighty, all-powerful, all-knowing God to people, and this is not easy to do this.
I didn't
But
compare
what
to
I'm
people.
saying is that if you know your mom well enough to know that there is a 95% chance that she is not going to stab you when you hand her the knife and tell her to, then that does not mean that it removes her free will just because you know what she's going to decide. That doesn't take away her choice. In the
But I
same
didn't
way,
create.
God is more powerful than us. So you don't think that he knows us better than we know our mom?
Well, no,
You
you
don't
said that
think
he
that he
created us
knows
with the full
you don't think that he
knowledge.
knows what choices we're going to make?
Well, no,
Daniel,
you
buddy, I know
claim
you're
that he.
passionate, but you got to give him a little chance to.
You
I
claim
like
that
your
Okay.
passion, by the way. I'm fine with you being up in the
I
speakers,
need to kind of sustain it though, because I'm trying to learn to control my passion. But yeah,
bro.
go
You're
ahead.
okay. I would have asked you to stop a long time ago if I thought you were being mean.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I don't think you're being mean. I just know that Honnenheim needs a little bit of time to respond sometimes because he's thinking. So
Okay, all right.
Well, no,
We'll
I can
do
respond
question
straight away, but
exchange.
you've got to be quiet when I do.
Okay,
yeah, there's got to
I
be a
will.
little
Go
bit give
ahead.
and take.
The floor is yours.
So, you claimed that God was all powerful, had the full knowledge of all the implications of his creation. I didn't create my mother knowing what she would do. So it's not having all knowledge, it's also having all power. That's why the first question I asked was, do you think God is all powerful? That's key to the contradiction.
Okay, can I respond? By you saying him being all powerful, I'm guessing that you would assume that he would use his power to stop your mom from stabbing you, correct? So where God, being an all powerful, all wonderful, all good God, would just stop violence completely. Is that what you're saying?
No. You're saying when God created everything, I asked you if he knew the full implications of all his creations. That would mean he knew every single thing, every single decision they would ever make forever. Therefore, in essence, he created every decision because he had the power to create them in a different way. That was what the question entailed. If you didn't understand the question, sorry.
No,
I
I
can
do
say it
understand
again.
the question, but that is
Doesn't seem
actually
like it.
crediting free will. That's not taking away free will. That's giving it credit.
Then you oh, okay. Well, yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah,
You didn't
because
understand the question.
I do understand the question, but I don't think that you're understanding what it is you're exactly saying, because it doesn't, it just doesn't correlate. Like there's no, it doesn't, if,
Shall I simplify it? I didn't want this to happen. It usually happens.
go ahead, because I mean, just try again, please.
So, do you think God is all powerful, has power to do anything he wants?
Yes. Now, can you explain to me why you asked me that? Because that's usually what happens next.
Yes. Yes. So he intended to create a world. He could create the world any way he wanted. Yes.
Yes.
Now, did he have the power to change that creation if he wanted? He could have created it a different way.
He did. Whenever, I mean, if the biblical accounts are true, then he did in the flood.
Now, do you not understand how that takes away your free will? Because he made your decisions in your creation, because he had power to make you in a way that you would make a different decision.
He didn't make your decisions. He gave your decisions to you, because that's what disobedience means. See, this is the thing. This is what a lot of people don't understand. is that the tree of knowledge of good and evil was
if you want me
just
to
obey or
explain what
disobey.
my question, you've got to listen to it.
Then he's not all knowing. Then.
So
No,
hold on
he is all
just a
knowing
second.
because
There is one more key question now to help understand this. So, can you make a decision other than the decision God knew you were going to make when He created you?
God knows the decisions I'm going to make.
Thank you very much. Okay, carry on.
No, because all you're doing is asking questions and dismissing yourself. Like, why don't we talk about this more? It's like
I'm happy to keep talking.
Right.
You want to keep talking? I'm happy. I'm just saying I'm done asking the question.
Okay,
If
good.
you want to ask, I'm
feels
here.
like it feels like you're asking me questions. I'm participating, and then whenever it's my turn, you're like, "All right, I'm done. Thank you."
Well, no, I'm done.
Wait.
I'm done with my questions. You can keep talking. That's why I put on mute, so you could talk. I stopped talking, so I went on mute. So if you want to talk, then I need to be on mute. Do you want to talk?
No, I want you to not be muted.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
talk, but I want you to not
I'll
be
leave it
muted.
open, but I do have
what
I am
what
doing
I'm
other
getting
things right now. So if
what
you
I'm
want me
getting from
on call
Anaheim is
ready
that
to talk with you, I'm staying here now ready. Let's go.
He's in the middle of a busy area, Daniel, I believe.
what I'm getting from Anaheim is like you build this
I'm ready.
machine
No,
and you
no,
program
I'm
this
here.
machine.
If he wants to talk, I'm here.
Wow, it's so hard to get a word in, bro. Just let me get a word in. What I'm getting
He
from what
asked
you
me to
say.
stay off mute. I'm just answering Daniel, so he asked me to stay off mute. So I'm here ready to talk. I love talking with people.
One thing to say. Just one thing to say.
Go for it.
What you're suggesting is that if God was all powerful and all knowing and all wonderful, as everyone claims he is and as he claims he is, then he should have taken away free will.
I don't think you have free will.
No, that's what you're saying though. It's saying
no.
Why
I'm not
give
saying
the
it.
opportunity to disobey? Well, opportunity is free will. You have the will to choose freely. So this is the thing. I was actually in a similar discussion with someone else about this earlier. And
When in your definition
I'm sorry?
in your definition of God, that you've taken it away. That's why I ask these questions, because there's an obvious contradiction there that God controlled your decision at your creation.
He didn't control it. Just because he knew my decision doesn't mean he controlled it.
Well, no, he created it. By your definition, he created it.
No, he did not create my decision.
Just because you don't understand the question.
Just because he created me and knows what decisions I'm going to make, because that's how well he knows me, better than we know our own mothers. He knows us. He knows the numbers of hairs on our head. I think that's well enough to say that he knows what decisions we're going to make, but that does not take away our choice to make them.
Yeah.
So is it possible for you to make a decision?
There's just different reaping and sowing.
Is it possible for you
can I try to clear something up here?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Like Daniel, so what Hohenheim is getting to is it's not that God's going to come down and stop you from taking any specific action, right? What he's saying is at the very beginning of the creation, if God knew you so well right now, before he even created everything, that when he created everything, he created you in the exact way that you would be right now, right? So it has nothing to do with like God coming down and interfering with your day-to-day life or any decision that you'd make. So you'd still have, quote unquote, the illusion of free will. But what happened is that he made the universe in the systematic way that made you be the exact thing that he already knew you were going to be when he made you.
Yes. Daniel, real quick, think about this. Why did God have to do a flood? Why couldn't he have made everybody not be shitty and have to do a flood? You get what I'm saying? Like, there's some problems there.
Because whenever he did the flood,
but wait, he knew they were going to do that. So why even have that whole event? He knew that they were going to be shitty sinners and that he would have to flood everything and start over again. Why did he just skip that part? He can do anything he wants to.
He actually didn't flood everyone and everything because there was still 5 people left. So apparently it's more of like, let's just say, as hypothetically speaking, as an analogy, we're just going to say you get a litter of puppies, and you know that there's that you give them choice to roam freely. Well, they end up getting rabies, and they infect everybody. They infect everything.
I thought you were going to say raped. Oh my, I'm sorry.
No. They go off, and they are aware of the dangers, but they go off anyway, and they have this infective, aggressive, wicked, violent type of attitude. What do you do?
Yeah, but here's the difference, Daniel. Is like when a human gets two dogs together and has them breed and you make puppies, that human is not all knowing. That human does not know what those puppies are going to do 30 days from now. The idea of God knows. God knew at the moment of creation you'd be having this conversation right now.
That's
yes?
right.
That's why he asked you the questions the way he asked you. He's asking about all powerful, all knowing. That's why he's asking you those specific questions.
Yeah,
but I feel like what he's saying is that if God was all these things, then why did he allow certain things to happen?
No, I would have.
No,
I would have said that if I
hold on.
that.
It's Daniel. It's not allowing. It's more about creating them to happen that way. Why did he create them to happen this way, as opposed to allow? Like obviously, there's a differentiation in terminology there, right? So allow would be like, okay, I see this terrible thing happening. I can do something to stop it. If I don't stop it, I'm allowing it to happen. With God created it, and this is the way he created it, and he created it.
He's ultimately responsible, is what we're saying.
Yeah. Have any of y'all read the Bible?
Yes, twice.
Okay, do y'all know of the wheat and the tares parable?
The spreading the wheat from the chaff? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, yeah, the wheat from the tares. Yeah, I mean it depends on what translation you read, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
I like your explanation where you're going.
Because that, I mean, it's kind of explanatory to what y'all are referring to. Because whenever God created humanity, he created it for a relationship. Now, whenever he created it, yeah, he did know that eventually they were going to disobey, because there is only one all good God all the time. You know,
but it's not that he knew that they would disobey. It's that he knew exactly how they would disobey.
He knew that.
So he could have skipped that part.
Yeah, he could have made it to where they didn't disobey. He could have removed the tree of knowledge and good and evil completely.
Or he could have just created us all in heaven.
Yeah, but then that would make us, yeah. Well, I think that I don't have the mind of God, so I really don't know what he was thinking, you know, whenever he created this, you know.
Sure.
But I would believe that if I can understand a God in my 3-pound brain, he's not worthy to be God. You know, so
can I say something about this real quick? Anything that would request or demand worship is not worthy of said worship.
Not worthy. No.
I'm not.
That God can go fuck himself.
I don't know.
Let me say that again. Anything that requests or demands worship is not worth worshiping. So he kind of disqualifies himself from being worthy of worship.
I don't know. Let's like, I don't know. I do Hebrew translations too. So we need to get to the root of the word worship means in
Daniel,
Hebrew.
can you read Hebrews 2:9? That would be great.
I'm gonna as soon as I finish looking at what I'm looking at, I will.
Okay.
So
you'll be shocked. I was shocked.
What was okay? All right. I forgot which one you were talking about. So what was it that you wanted me to look up?
Hebrews 2:9.
I hope this isn't a cherry picking fallacy. God, please don't let it be.
No, it's not.
Holy moly!
It's to his point.
Hold on. You're speaking to a Christian here. You're speaking to someone that reads the Bible every single day. Don't start like throwing in bad faith there, buddy. Sorry, I have to say that.
Okay, my apologies. Okay, but see Jesus, who was made a little lower than the angels, but the suffering of his death crowned with glory and honor, now that he, by the grace of God, may taste death for everyone. Do you know what that's saying?
Yes, I do.
What is it saying? I know exactly what it's saying.
So he was lower than the angels for a time.
Do you know what it's describing? It was talking about
Yes.
whenever he left his divinity and took on the form of a man, and men are lower than angels.
So is he still God when he's lower than the angels?
No, he's man.
Thank you. Awesome. So Christ
That's
was
a
not
different
God,
answer than what Josh would have given.
Because
so
this
Christ
is
is
the
not
thing.
God
This is the
anymore.
thing.
Is Christ,
he's
Daniel? Is
all.
Christ?
No, you have to understand. This is the thing. This is where it can be confusing, if we're not familiar with the same thing, because he was
So
fully God.
clear
He
it
was
up.
fully God and fully man. I'm going to tell you.
So
I'm going to try to explain this in a way the best I can. Okay. Now, according to the Bible, there's 3 persons, 1 soul.
I know
So
you're preaching to the choir, brother. You're
okay,
wasting
so
your
you're
time.
aware of
Sorry.
this. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I asked you, I did ask you this in the second question. So you did say that if God was less than the angels, didn't have all powerfulness, he was no longer God. Now you're flipping because I presented you with a
Because you're
verse.
because you don't understand
Listen
the
back.
Trinity.
Listen back, brother.
No, because you don't understand the Trinity. What you're
There we go,
saying.
straw man.
No. It is not a straw man. Don't call it a
It
straw
is a
man
little bit.
if I haven't even started yet.
Well, you just said I
You
don't
don't know.
understand the Trinity.
You don't know
Do you
what
know that? A
the
bit of mind
Trinity
reading,
is.
no?
Okay, so
Okay.
you're
Explain to me.
categorizing God and Jesus as one single person. That's your problem. That's what you're
So
doing. You're saying that
is
Jesus, as God himself, came down from heaven, left his heavenly throne, and came to earth, and there was no God in heaven. And he
no?
made himself
I didn't
lower than
say
the
that.
angels.
Did I say that?
That's exactly what it sounds like you're saying, because you're saying
It sounds like. Did I say that?
no. That
Thank
is
you.
what I'm gathering from what you are saying, because
Okay, well, maybe
you
ask me
said
rather than
you
tell me what I'm
said
saying.
that God can make him less power. God can make himself less powerful. Well, obviously, you just demonstrated
No,
that he
I
could.
didn't say that. No.
That
You
was a
said, I
question you
asked
asked me.
you, Daniel, I asked you if God needs to be all powerful to be God. You said yes. And then I said, if he is no longer all
No,
powerful, is he no longer God? You
I
said
said what
yes.
makes him
And
God
let
is
me
that
finish.
he's all
Not let
powerful.
me finish. Fine. Okay, go ahead.
No, because my answer wasn't yes or no to those questions. My answer was, whenever you asked me, is God all powerful, or why, or something about God being all powerful, I said being all powerful is what makes him God. So it's almost like you're manipulating the
Christ
questions and the answers.
can I? Well, no, I can't manipulate your answer. So,
I mean, you kind of did whenever you
so
said our
is
response was
Christ?
yes.
Well, not listening to me talking is going to be manipulating my question. So, is Christ God?
Christ is a part of God. This is what I'm saying. You don't understand the Trinity. You have Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It's one
What?
being, 3 persons. Okay.
I think he
You have
knows that. He's just asking, based on that verse, was Christ in that moment less than the angels in terms of all powerfulness or whatever attributes you want to add?
Well, I mean, if you don't read the context, I mean, if you don't read all of the
You're
passage,
assuming I haven't read the
then
context now.
it is the cherry picking fallacy. That is what's
Well,
being
no,
done.
you're assuming I haven't read the context. You're assuming I haven't read the
No,
Bible. You're assuming I don't
mean, it
know
would
this.
make sense if you would be asking me questions about God making him less than the angels
No,
by
I can
making
give
him
you
a
my
man. But
exact intentions in asking these questions if you want. You could just ask and I'll tell you. Like
okay, go
assuming my
ahead. And I'm
intentions is
sure.
also mind reading.
Okay, well, I'm sure that
Just
whatever
ask
answer
him
I
what he
give you, it'll
means so
be
he can explain every now and then.
asked who me.
The person who you're assuming you already know what I mean when I speak. So I can actually tell you. You just ask me, what do I mean? I'll tell you. Not just tell me what I mean and assume all this shit.
Okay, go ahead.
So my intentions are to point out contradictions in the belief of people who assume or claim they are believers, hoping to give you a better understanding of what I believe is the actual reality of the universe and what the Bible is transmitting to us.
Okay, but this is the thing. Someone that is trying to tell me that everything that I've gathered before is false.
I didn't
And
say that.
Okay, but you're trying to tell me that you're basically trying to get to the.
Good night, Perry.
Good night.
Wait, what?
Perry was going to bed. I'm sorry, Daniel.
Oh, okay. You took me off track.
Sorry, brother. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Sorry, okay, Thomas. This is what happens when I ask these questions, and
No, it's okay. It's okay to be contentious, guys. This is the war of ideas. That's totally okay. I'm really enjoying the conversation and the dialectic. I'm going to give us about 20 more minutes, and then we're going to move to Discord, where we can continue this conversation. Please subscribe to the Pangburn Hangout, and also go to Travis Pangburn's YouTube channel, Pangburn Philosophy, and subscribe there as well. You guys can continue, and don't, just always remember, we're not angry at the people. We want to attack the ideas. Just the ideas.
Damn right. Damn right.
Yeah, that would be ad hominem.
You are just a name with, yeah. Yeah, I don't know you, Daniel. You're just a voice with a little circle, so I'm sure you're a lovely person. It is the ideas. That's exactly what I said. I am after these ideas, and
Honenheim is more passionate than all of us put together. Daniel.
Oh man, we should get along great then. I'm gonna have to follow you. No, because I'm passionate too, man, and sometimes it's good to, I admire people that hold their calmness. Like Scott and Thomas and Josh and all them. But
you should hear Josh at his worst times.
Oh, really? I bet he gets worked up sometimes.
He does.
But
he does.
No, it's good to find somebody that matches your energy, kind of.
Yeah.
We don't have to disagree to have a civil conversation. So.
That's right. It's okay to disagree, and ignorance is not a crime, and we can solve ignorance.
And Daniel, I've got to say that I would never stop talking to you. I would never ban or leave you, or I would always carry on the conversation. The conversation usually ends with me and someone with them running off. So
well, I think everybody up here is good faith. So
yeah.
But hey, guys, Dalsu is in here, and he hadn't said a word. Can we say hey to Dalsu?
Hey, Dalsu.
Hey, guys. I don't know how my audio is right now, but hey, what's up?
Sounds like you're driving.
What's up, man?
Pretty intense conversation. I wanted to jump in and argue for compatibilism, but I felt like
that's what I would have argued for.
So.
Soft compatibilism. Honenheim's questions are pertinent, they're salient, and they're important, and that's why I wanted it to continue, because logical paradoxes are there and they should be observed. We don't know everything, and I would think, Daniel, could you be wrong?
I mean, I would think that if I were to think of God as being one person, then what he is saying would make perfect sense.
No, I mean, could you be wrong about Christianity?
I think I really like if is that a personal question?
Well, I mean, it's just a general could anybody be wrong about Christianity?
I'm going to tell you why I personally, now this is off the record.
Oh boy.
But why I personally don't believe I'm wrong is because before seeking after truth, I experienced it first. And then I was out to find out what it was that I experienced. And it kept bringing me right back to the same place. So the only thing that would really make me come to the conclusion that I was wrong, first of all, is after death. If there is no afterlife, that would let me know I was wrong. And then another thing too is if I don't feel the joy and peace and the excitement and the blessings and and just everything that I feel now anymore, because I didn't used to feel those things.
Go ahead.
I'm not talking about emotions either. I'm talking about things that are different. That is what we were talking about earlier.
Something I'm very curious about. I just want to ask a quick question. How does it make you feel when your faith is attacked?
Oh man, I just try to love the people that are doing it.
That's a good outlook.
Because I'm gonna tell you, in Christianity, man, we're not at war with people. We're at war with what the enemy is doing to people. Whenever people are stuck in addiction or bondage or any type of thing that it eats them up inside at night, That's what we're at war against. We want people to be free. And we do believe in spiritual realm. And with the spiritual realm, there is darkness. See, God doesn't send people to hell. They just separate themselves from him, and he's all good according to scripture. So if he's all good and people choose not to accept him, the only thing that's left is bad.
All right, let's let somebody jump in real quick.
Okay.
I'm keeping it hot potato right now because we're only going to be on for just a little bit longer, Daniel. I'm sorry.
I do have something I want to throw at Hannenheim, because Hannenheim, you asked this question about the specific passage about God making himself less than angels, right? See, I'm not even a believer, but one could make the argument that if some being is all powerful, then it decides for a specific period of time to say, "Hey, I'm gonna disregard or throw away my powers for a specific amount of time." If it's all powerful, that would still be within the realm of its powers, right?
Oh yeah, yes, definitely. I agree completely. That's but that's why I ask, and they claim that he hasn't lost it, and he does still have the power. That's what I'm highlighting is their contradiction there, but it's never addressed. Apart from you, apart from non-believers.
I would just say that since God is all powerful, he can make contradictions true. So he could be the most powerful and the least powerful just because he wants to. He can make a rock that's too big for him to lift and then lift it without being able to lift it. Like, that's what we're dealing with.
What I asked earlier, Dal,
that's
is
a very good way of looking at it. But
okay, what I asked earlier, Dal, was hey, real quick, Dal. What I asked earlier was, can God make himself not God?
I don't.
Yeah, and he would still be God and not God.
Oh, wow, that is the best answer I have ever heard.
I'd also say that
as long as he had the ability to make himself God again. Like, if he had the ability to make himself God again, he's still God. If he doesn't, he's not.
I'm taking that one from you. I'm taking
but
that's
just how you're defining it, Scott, and your human definitions cannot be applied to the Lord. I'd also make the point that if you think that you know, like, what are you knowing if not the truth? And God is the truth. So if you claim to know, you've already created a false idol of God in your head, and you're already failing and leaning towards the devil, basically, instead of.
Are you talking to me?
In this case, yeah, because you said earlier that you feel that you know that Christianity is right because of your personal experience. I would just say that God is beyond human conception, and since God is the truth, and you believe it's the truth, that Christianity is the truth, that you're already making a misstep because you assume that, like, you're assuming the nature of God, which I think is blasphemous. It's creating a false idol.
The fallible attempting to explain the infallible.
Yes, that's why I threw that verse at the Christians.
Exactly where you're going with that. You're saying that it's blasphemous to God. For what exactly did I say that was blasphemous, Tony?
Basically, if you say you know that Christianity is true, you're claiming knowledge of the truth, and God is the truth, and God is unknowable. So you're creating a false idol. Yeah.
So in other words, he's in perfection.
Wait, okay, so you're telling me that if I'm aware of what truth is, I'm taking the place of that truth?
Yeah, you're saying that you know the nature of God because God is the truth.
No, what I've mentioned before was I've seen the characteristics of God. Because even the Bible says no man can see God and live. So that doesn't even really match up to what I've been saying.
I guess God is his own will. He is that he is. So his characteristics are him. So it's the same thing.
No, his characteristics are shown to us in everyday life. And that's what I was referring to. I was referring to how we can see a supernatural God in a natural realm.
But you're an imperfect being defining something perfect. It makes no sense.
I would just have to disagree.
Hey guys, they have a point,
I had
Daniel.
a question.
It's a hard one.
I'm not too sure exactly what you're disagreeing with.
So I want to respond to Dal quickly.
Go ahead, Hanan.
Dal, I completely agree with you, and I completely disagree with you. So yeah, there we go.
yeah. That tracks.
That tracks.
You fucking dialethic, fucking non-dualist, fucking dharmic.
That's like exactly how I feel.
Okay, let me ask you this, Dal. Are you a Christian or no?
I'm a Christian and more? Question mark?
He is a trans theist. How's that sound?
I'm a trans theist, so I believe God transcends all human conception, including religious thought. But they're doing the best they can. So I still love Anselm. I still love Meister Eckhart, all the Christian theologians who took part in theology.
But wait. So do you or do you not that there's a Christian God that I'm referring to? Or, I mean, what, are you a believer or not?
I believe in, sure, I'll say I believe in God in certain, I believe in God. I just think claiming...
You don't really know what you believe because you can't really tell me. And
I can't tell you. You just have to ask.
Okay, well, I did.
Yeah, and I was in the middle of explaining.
Tell me that I'm blaspheming a God that you don't know if you believe in.
But
remember, it's not personal attacks.
He'll tell you who you are, man.
Hang on, guys. Hang on one second. It's not personal attacks here. We're just attacking ideas. I think Dal has a good point to make. So let's just hear him out, okay?
Yeah, so my hesitance to say I believe is because of how transcendent God is. If you have a conception of God and I say I believe in God, you're going to think I believe in this certain concept of God, but God is beyond your human conception. And so I'm hesitant just because whatever you think God is, he's not. He's beyond that. He's infinitely beyond that.
Well, obviously. Because as I mentioned earlier, if I could understand God, he wouldn't fit in my 3-pound brain.
So you can't explain and define him and identify him to us for us to be on board because you're an imperfect being trying to you're an imperfect being trying to define something that's perfect. It's a contradiction.
Wait, what? I didn't really hear.
You're an imperfect being attempting to define something that is perfect.
No, see, it's like this. I can't be my dad, but I can know about him. I can pick up certain things from him.
But you have evidence for your dad that you can touch and see and smell and all that.
God is transcendent.
You don't call your dad all knowing and all.
Your dad's just not transcendent.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
part of
Y'all
creation.
are trying to...
I'm saying God is transcendent of human knowledge. So if you believe or know something about God, especially characteristics-wise, I just say that you're wrong.
Okay, so you're telling me that because God is transcendent and all-knowing and all-powerful, I can't know him?
Yeah, not directly. You can have your experiences.
Then why does the Bible say that we're called friends of God and children of God? If we don't have any connection with him, then why does he use very relational words?
Because it's a human metaphor. It's all that we have.
No.
It's either that or don't describe him.
Yeah.
In fact,
Daniel.
Those are relationship words. Son, daughter, friend.
Imperfection plus perfection equals imperfection.
Yeah,
hold on.
I got a question.
I'm not claiming to be God. I'm claiming
when
to
you're
know
ready.
him.
It's all right. We got Scott on deck. Watson too. I'm sorry. Watson's been quiet this whole time, guys.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
One second,
Yeah.
I had a question on epistemology. So.
1 second, Watson. I want to ask Daniel a question. Daniel, would you say you know the mind of God? I think this is where Dal is going, right? So, I think you would say, your connection to God as he's been revealed to you in some sort of way, in some sort of aspect where that gives you a specific inference of God's existence. But do you know God's mind? Do you know God? That's what Dal's getting at. Dal's saying you don't know God.
Well, I can't agree with that. I can't agree with the fact that somebody tells me that I don't know God. Like, I disagree completely because that's actually what my
You're not
whole.
listening. Imperfection plus perfection equals imperfection.
Honestly, it's not something that I would stress to you too hard because I know that that's a hard point to read. Like, I would rather have days of conversation trying to convince you in one night, and I just like, and also it can be devastating. Like, if I just convince you that you don't know God and your whole epistemology is based
But
around that,
I can't be just
that's
convinced.
unhealthy. Yeah.
But
So
see,
yeah,
whenever
exactly.
it's like, okay, think about it like this. If, okay, how about this? Because y'all said you have evidence of your dad. My dad, let's say my dad died before I was born.
Okay, after this, we have to get Watson in, but go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, let's say my dad died before I was born, and I never met him, but he left me a journal, and I read it. You don't think that I would learn about my dad that died before I met him? You don't think that I would know anything about him if I read all 66 books of his journal?
Yeah.
Your dad's just not transcendent.
Okay, but that's not what
the
I'm
problem.
talking about. It's different from saying that somebody can't know something because it's all powerful, whenever, according to, if we're talking about the Christian God, we was actually created to know him.
Yeah, but Daniel, like even using that analogy, like
Watson's never gonna get to talk.
I
Go
know.
ahead,
I'm
Scott.
sorry.
Only been
I'm sorry,
waiting for like
Watson. This
30 minutes.
this is it.
Sorry,
like Daniel, with that analogy, like somebody could write 66 books about your father that you never met, who died before you met him. That none of it was true.
But was my father
Right?
alive?
Was my
Lord,
father
Lord
like,
God.
do you recognize that
No,
possibility?
that is not even
Guys,
close to what.
I have to be mean here, and I'm sorry. We have to stop for a second. Watson, what's your question?
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, epistemology. So I wanted to, and then we can bring it back to this, I guess. But
Yeah, I'm only
Robert
gonna be on for about
Chisholm,
15 or 20 more minutes, but go ahead, bud.
yeah, Robert Chisholm, or Chisholm, I don't know how you pronounce it, but has wrote a little book on the problem of the criterion. I don't know if people are familiar with
Yes,
him or
I
not.
know the problem of the criterion between Methodism and particularism.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that.
Yeah.
So talking about that with trying to
There's going
frame
to be an
this.
episode on that, by the way.
Oh, great! I'll tune in. I saw the epistemology
Awesome.
here, and it's like, oh, okay.
Awesome.
Just trying to frame how we're talking about truth and justified truth, all this stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Probably I can just simplify this and ask people on the panel, what is your criterion for truth? And when I say that, yeah, okay, so when I say that, what's your criteria for your criterion? So okay,
That's
go
a very
ahead.
good question.
A meta truth question.
That's a
My
very good question.
criteria for my criterion is the three rules of logic, the laws of thought, as Aristotle called them.
David, I have that written down. Who's next? Scott?
Okay. All right. I'll be next.
I would add one thing to that.
Classical philosophy.
Yep.
That's
classical
All right,
science.
that's a pretty big one.
Okay, so I'll sum it up: science, evidence, and logic. Those are my ways of finding truth.
We can interrogate it. Who's next?
Me personally, I think one of the biggest factors is you have to take evolution into effect, right? So we've evolved to understand the world around us the best that we possibly can, right? So like our eyeballs have evolved to see light in the way that it sees light, where we can write down symbols in black on white paper and be able to transfer knowledge. So
language,
like that is something that has to be taken into account, like that, and I think logic and reasoning and everything
and science
on top of that. But like there is the fact that we've evolved to be this specific way, I guess.
Okay, cool. Next.
I introspect, try to understand myself emotionally, and what my biases may be in relation to reality, facts and reasoning, and see if I could come to a conclusion that would in where I'd more align with reality than with my biases.
Okay. I guess who's next?
Honenheim and Dal. Dal, what do you think?
Okay.
Or Honenheim, whoever.
What was the question? I was cutting out for a minute there.
Yeah, restate that, Watson.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, it was talking about Robert Chisholm, but what's your criterion for truth? And really, what's your criterion for that criterion for truth?
The criteria for the criteria.
It's a meta-truth question. What is your meta-truth, Dal?
Well, my truth specifically? I mean,
yeah. What's your truth for your truth?
It would have to function within a greater system.
Aha.
So it would have to function within some sort of greater predefined system, like the laws of logic. But truth, period, outside of a system, there is no criteria. But yet, first you have to have a system within which you can have things be true or false, and then you would have to define what that is in your system. So if we were talking laws of logic, if there's a contradiction, it's automatically false. If we're in modal logic, contradictions can be okay sometimes.
That's right.
I don't know.
Fuzzy logic
So
and paraconsistent logic too.
Yeah, and I don't like.
Yeah. I'm pretty much with Dal, but go ahead, Nivik.
Yeah, to believe in truth, it's kind of too I mean, like, there's always more that you can add.
Yeah, I've had 3 episodes on this bitch.
People can see things through different in-group, out-group, in what something is and isn't, and sometimes a person their limit of knowledge in what they think versus you, it could be 2 different things where I can see the outcome of what will happen, and where I'm more looking into the future, and a person could be more in the moment of what is, and so we can have different perspectives.
Okay.
But I mean, I do my best to use my senses to interact with reality and take information from it, and identifying what's theirs to my best ability, in order to understand a predetermined outcome. What might
me and Nivik have talked before.
Happen.
He's a correspondence man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hominid,
I think
can I
we've
ask
got
you a
one more.
question?
We got one more. Yeah, I'm still going.
Honenheim, what is your criteria of truth, and what is your criteria for that criteria?
I go for correspondence theory, and then the logical absolutes. Then to the criteria for truth that seems the most logical.
It looks like you're getting some unanimous stuff up here, Watson.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here. So we had that law of non-contradiction someone brought up. So do we want to say, for the people who pulled that out, I'll say that's one of mine too. Is that an absolute truth?
The laws of logic are not absolute.
Just the law of non-contradiction.
Hang on a second, real quick. The law of non-contradiction. Hang on 1 second. The law of non-contradiction is absolute in the fact that P and not P cannot be in the same time at the same sense. However, there may be a case in modal logic and other certain ways that you can find a true dialethic, which is dialetheism, which is true contradictions can exist. So in terms of the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle, it's about as absolute as you can get, because in order to prove them wrong, you would have to use them. So they continually provide usefulness, and they set up a paradox if you don't accept them as foundational.
Okay. We got other
anybody
people
else?
different
I'm
than
sorry,
that?
I just powered over everybody there. Anybody else want to respond to that before we start winding down here in a little bit?
do you think that if you can find nothing and I am looking for it, then you can prove the law of identity false, which will be really fun? Throwing that in there.
Yeah, that would be interesting if some alien species came to our planet and said, "Yeah, you've got the law of identity wrong."
Yeah, here's
I think law of
and that's how
non-contradiction
we
is
power
easier to
the
understand for people
ship.
than
Yeah.
So
identity.
Watson, is your question about biases? People who are more about their biases in what they want to believe versus what's true in understanding.
Well,
Seeking answers.
no, actually, because I'm saying that I'm taking a stance that law of non-contradiction is actually absolutely true. It's absolutely something that, just kind of like what Thomas was saying, you're going to start out there or you're going to have a long day.
So some people would say that there is the law of non-contradiction is that P and not P cannot be true at the same time in the same sense. So
I think they can.
if there is a true contradiction out there, it's like let's say there's a multiverse. Do you think that there's a world or some form of universe that can form to where the law of non-contradiction doesn't work?
I think two things can exist at the same time.
Yeah, Watson, did you understand what I was saying?
Oh, I didn't know you were asking me.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
yeah, the law of non-contradiction would
Do you
be
think that there
necessary
is
for
a
there to be
universe?
multiverses.
Yeah, I'm
So,
not. Let's not talk about multiverses. Okay, let's talk about
yeah, okay, yeah.
modal logic. Let's talk about
Mm-hmm.
possible worlds, possibility
Mm-hmm.
and impossibility. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that there is a possible world in which the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction don't work?
Nope. There's a
Okay.
just talking about possibilities assumes the law of non-contradiction
Right.
already.
I could give one and you
Right.
could prove it wrong if you like. I could be wrong. I've got an idea of one.
Go ahead.
So imagine there's an alien species that powers all of their devices, everything, their ships, their everything on nothing. So to contain this nothing, they have to have these kind of containment boxes or containment fields, and this nothing provides kind of energy in a kind of negative way. It sucks energy, sucks life out of everything. Just like a hypothetical here. So then we have nothing and things existing at the same time. There's the law of identity being proved wrong, possibly, if I'm wrong there. Just an idea.
Yeah, if we could prove nothing in some
Yeah,
shape,
I
form, or
lost me
fashion.
on contain nothing. Lost me on that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, well, they contain.
In that hypothetical,
there,
though, yeah, I can see what you mean.
No.
I like
Wait, and Adam is a positive and negative electron,
just
right?
points to it.
Hang on, guys.
Negative is
one
something.
at a time. One at a time.
Yeah, negative
So
is
what
something.
would we? Sorry.
It's all right, Dal. I'm gonna let you guys choose who goes first.
Oh, he muted. Now
Okay.
I have to go.
Okay. I guess I'll make the choice. Dal, go.
Dang, I wanted to hear Watson.
Yeah.
He's the one that muted himself.
Yeah.
So I would say that I don't think the law of non-contradiction might seem to be true, but I would say that our evolved processes of thinking might just make it impossible for us to conceive otherwise. And so, obviously, thoughts become nonsensical if you're not obeying the law of non-contradiction. But the universe could just be nonsensical, and we're trying to logic it, and it's slow and it's kind of happening, but we have lots of problems. So I just say there's no reason.
Carrier.
Can I give an
to
answer?
think that the law of logic is absolute, or any of them are. And when it comes to nothing, hold on, Nivik. When it comes to nothing, I would say that it's pretty funny, because what evidence would you see if nothing existed? Well, you would see no evidence of nothing. It's nothing. So if we have no evidence, that might be evidence.
Yeah.
Y'all present some brain twisters.
The evidence of absence is not the absence of evidence, and vice versa.
The evidence could be the power this nothing takes from everything. Possibly, just
you need
two contradicting. The fact that.
Go ahead, Niv.
Two contradicting things they're both mutually complementing, because you need one for the other. Like let let's say like if you had if you have something on one extreme of an effect, there have to be a cause. I'm just saying like two things can exist at once, because like when that's why I was asking about an atom. You have a negative electron and you have a positive electron, and that's that. So I think like there has to be. I know this sounds silly. A yin yang
Nivek, the
element.
law of non-contradiction does not have to do with opposites. It has to do with P and not P. So you can't have a unicorn and not a unicorn at the same time, can you?
It's kind of like the law of
I'm not.
excluded middle, isn't it?
I'm trying to say you can.
So you can have something and not something simultaneously? Hello.
I think it's more of, can you have something and not have that same something simultaneously, right?
It's P and not P. So it would be I have an apple and not an apple at the same time.
All right, yeah, okay, yeah. So it would be the same thing, non-existent.
Yes, it's not true and false. It's between true and not true. There is no middle ground between true and not true.
Right. That's
Okay.
the law of excluded middle is what y'all are
Yes,
referring
that's
to.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
If you have one thing that's a part of another thing, you could like you have the galaxy, you have a solar system that's part of the galaxy. You could potentially call that galaxy a solar system.
The galaxy, a solar system?
In a way, they're both.
Can you go deeper into that?
I think there have to be. I think you have to have opposites to have one thing, and I think like a lot of times when a person talks about one thing, they don't understand that it is part of systematically it's part of another thing.
Yeah, like
You're
good and
explaining the
evil, on and
Trinity.
off, light and dark, yes and no, all that kind of stuff. Is that what you're talking about, Nivik?
Yeah.
Dualities is what those are called.
Yeah.
Opposites.
It could be hard to for like when a person defines what something is, it could be different. You could see it. You could see other systematic factors be a part of that thing, and a person don't see it. They see that it's something else. I'm kind of going down the yin yang.
I got what you mean. I was just trying to get you. You went from solar system to that, so I was just trying to piece it all together. I got the whole end part of what you were saying.
So when I talk to a person that's like that's bashing communism, I say that they said like you wouldn't like that's a bad thing, and then you shouldn't be for it. And I was like, well, that thing didn't come from nowhere. It's part of another thing, and what we're how that came to be was the far extreme of monarchism of the right that led to an outcome of a pendulum swing to the opposite left. Those two. So a lot of times when a person looks at a pendulum, they're just seeing the effect of it being on one side, but they're not looking at the cause of the other side. And those two things are of one thing. They're not separate.
Yeah.
And there's a back and forth loop between things, and sometimes the person is too narrow-minded, and when they look at something they don't realize that there's another systematic process that led to that thing, and those two things are of one.
Can I ask you something, Nivik?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something? Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, can you have good without bad?
Can you have good without bad? No.
Good without evil.
No.
No, good without bad. Can you, or good without evil? Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I was just trying to make it easier. I didn't know.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm answering no.
Okay, can you have evil without good?
Same thing.
No, it's not. Because evil or bad is a deficiency of something good. Evil or bad can't exist by itself.
What you
that's
define
an
as
interesting way
bad?
to look at it.
Can I respond to that? What you say is
Yeah,
bad
go ahead.
in this thing, this other method that is a million times better. Your one can become bad.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that last part? You broke up a little bit.
I'm saying a method relating to one.
I'm sorry, man. I can't hear you at all.
Am I break? I'm
you're
saying
breaking up.
if you see some. Oh fuck me, man. Hello.
No,
Can
it's
you hear
working
me?
now. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm
And
saying
go.
what you see as good. A person could come up with an idea that's a million times better. That idea that's a million times better into yours. Yours is now bad.
But there would be no such thing as that good if you didn't have bad to compare it to.
Yeah,
There would
the
only
opposites.
be good.
The opposites. You couldn't know hot without cold. Yeah, there's those opposites are, like I said, little
Yeah,
dualities.
that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah. So it's just a cool thing about nature, how it ends up being like that. Real quick, I wanted to ask before
things are relative.
Before I let everybody say in the room their last parting comments, because Dow's got to go. And Watson, did you have anything else to add, my brother?
I think that's good. Thanks for letting me ask.
Hey, I want you to come to my next show, man. You were really good to talk to, and I really enjoyed your questions.
Okay,
so please
sure.
come back to my show again.
I will sign up.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to, Scott, Nivik? We're about to move this thing to Discord because I've been on here for 5 hours and I got to get something to eat.
Hey, man.
I'm good,
look,
man.
You talking about our last comments. Look, you're a trooper if you've been on here for 5 hours.
Daniel, I give you props
41 minutes.
What's that, Scott?
It's been 4 hours and 41 minutes right about now.
Yeah. I love these long ones, but I get tired.
Hey, man, look.
Daniel, go ahead, brher.
Daniel, I give you props for being in here because a lot of times, like people, particularly of faith, or different opposing views of others, they just avoid any type of pushback and they go to their safe space. And
no, because of something. I appreciate that. I appreciate that because of something, to me, if something makes sense, it just makes sense. I mean, it's not like, well, because I think it makes sense. It's like what we were talking about before. How do we find truth? And if y'all have something that's true, I will take it into consideration. But if we're like kind of,
Daniel, brother, you've already proven to me that you are a critical thinker. And even though I disagree with a lot of your beliefs in Christianity, I still think you are seeking the truth honestly. I get that from you. And I also think you are trying to understand fallaciousness and your own biases, which is like a really big thing for me, and I really applaud you for that. So not many Christians are going to be that aware of themselves, you know what I mean? Because they just some of them follow blindly, not all of them, but some of them do.
And I agree 100% with that. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate y'all, man, and it was really good talking to y'all. And I thank y'all for letting me speak and just welcoming me to the room and and being just the way y'all communicate. Like, I respect it. So thank all of y'all for the dialect and
thank you.
The comments back. But
I'm gonna let Honenheim say something real quick, and then I'm gonna close. What's that, Daniel?
No, I was saying I hope I can speak more to y'all in the future.
Yeah. Well, can you sign up to the Discord? Are you a member of the Discord?
I don't know. I'm so new to this. I'm gonna need y'all to like baby step me through it because I think I just downloaded this like 3 days ago.
Real quick, Honenheim. Daniel, go to YouTube and go to Pangburn Philosophy.
Pangburn philosophy.
Pangburn, yeah. That's Travis's last name. You'll see his head at the top of the screen, and then on the right side, it'll show you the Discord link to come to our server and be able to talk to us there.
Okay, if there's any information that you wouldn't mind sending me in like the comments or something, or just message me, if there's a way
we can
to
do that.
That would help so
that.
much.
Oh, Dalsu said he sent a link in the comments, so look down there.
Honenheim did. I don't want to take credit. It was Honenheim.
Oh, okay. Do you see that down in the comments there, Daniel?
As soon as I can find out how to check them. Okay, I'll see it.
Press it. So that should take you to Discord on your phone, and you can, if you don't have the app downloaded, you can install it, and that should take you to the Pangburn Discord, to where you can come in there and join voice channels and talk with us after these shows. We don't stop. We just kind of take a break and then usually get back to it for a little while. But yeah, guys, I really appreciate everybody coming. I'm going to let Honenheim say one thing, and then we're probably going to shut this bad boy down. What's up, Honenheim?
Oh, you are an absolute gem, Thomas. Give me the last word a second week in a row. You're a gem. I was just going to say, Daniel, I think we've got one more question to go through. Not now, though, but I just wanted you to log that, and I'll log it too, about the Trinity and the effects of that on all power and all of this stuff. So there's a little bit more to go through with you, and that would be fantastic. And please, I hope to see you in the Discord. I sent you a message, and then it's, of course, down in the chat. So come join us. There's even more fun there. You get to see all of our faces. Well, some of our faces. Nivik, you'll never see his face.
There's no moderator there, so be careful.
Hey, it's been nice talking to you too, man. I like all of y'all's energy, and y'all are all unique in different ways. And
Thank you, man.
I'm happy to have met y'all. So
I
I'm looking
appreciate
forward
that.
to more conversations. And if y'all don't see me in Discord, it means I just haven't figured it out yet. So please.
Well, if you have any other questions, you can. If you have any other questions, you can message some of us on here. You can message Travis Pangburn on here, and he should be able to answer any of your questions. And show you how to get all that stuff done. And we can try to help you as well. Just send us messages on call-in, and we'll try to check our messages, okay?
All right, thank you, guys. Y'all have a good night. No, I hope this isn't offensive, but God bless.
God bless, man. See you later. I'll say it too.
Thank you. All right, thank y'all.
Good night, bud. All right, guys, let's go to effing Discord. I love all you guys. Thanks for listening to my diatribes, and we will see you later for torture time. Good night.
Last word.